2025 NFL Draft is in the books. The Bills wrapping up their draft class on Saturday for day 3. The Bills ended up making 9 picks in total, the first 5 of which were all on the defensive side of the football, and 6 of the 9 ended up being on defense. The Bills wrapping up the draft, headlining on Saturday with a defensive tackle in round 4, Deion Walker out of Kentucky, 6'7", 330 pounds. That was 3 straight defensive linemen the Bills took at that point in time. Yesterday, they get a couple of offensive players in. Round 5, a tight end. Round 6, an offensive tackle. Round 7, the final pick of the draft, a wide receiver. You can read all about the new Bills on our website at WGR550.com. We'll be reacting throughout the day. Brandon Beane coming up today on the show. Yesterday in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Edmonton ties the series with LA in overtime, 4-3 win. That series tied 2-2. Capitals win over Montreal to take a 3-1 series lead. The Hurricanes do the same to the New Jersey Devils. Tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs, 2 games. Lightning and Panthers, Florida leading 2-1. Avalanche and Stars with that series tied at 2 games apiece. In the NBA yesterday, the Lakers blew a 9-point lead with 2 minutes to go to fall to the Timberwolves and dropped down 3-1 in the series to Minnesota. Celtics win over the Magic. Pacers win over the Bucks. Rochester Americans winning over Syracuse in Game 2 last night, 4-0. They lead the series 2-0 in the first round of the Calder Cup playoffs. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. It was beautiful.
Yes, it was.
We got some golfing. Maybe got some biking, walking, running, patio time, T-ball practice for us. First T-ball practice. Yeah.
How'd that go?
Very exciting. Entering that phase. My son now wants to wear his cleats all the time.
Oh, nice.
That's very exciting.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a great weekend for everybody involved. We had a great time at both of our draft parties, both at Resurgence and at Wayland.
Yeah, thanks everybody for coming out. Both were awesome.
Yes. We had good trivia questions.
I think the biggest roar came when the Bills traded up in round 2.
Yeah.
Not when they made the pick, when they traded up. When they made the pick, it became, all right.
Yep. Golf claps for
defensive tackle
for TJ Sanders. But yeah, big roar when I found out by the roar. You know, we're just kind of hanging out at Wayland there, and then there's, whoa, everyone yells, and the Bills are on the clock, having moved up with the Bears, right? It was the Bears who they traded with to get TJ Sanders. And that was a move that I think it's we are maybe in a new era. Trading up is not the thing anymore. Now it's double pick sliding, right? The Bills traded up. What do they pay? Oh, they slid down in a different spot. So the Bears traded up in a different round, and the Bills traded up in this round, and you kind of juggle your picks. And then the Bills moved up again later on for Deion Walker. So we'll get to Sal at 8 o'clock and Brandon Beane coming up at 8:30 on the full draft class. So we can tell you all about it. The Bills went heavy defense, which is not a surprise to many people. They got special teams help, not a surprise to people. And they got the best blocking tight end in the class and the fastest defensive back in the class. Some of the superlatives out there.
Yep.
And what else? Is there anything else that happened along the way?
They picked a receiver right at the end to stop you from being able to do anything with. They had a receiverless draft class.
I know. Really disappointing. I really was hoping they would completely just ignore it. And the 7th round pick.
Well, once we got to like round 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Once it got to this is
This is clearly not a priority.
Yeah.
Which I didn't think it was like the number one priority, but it wasn't even number 4 priority.
Right.
It seemed.
A funny thing happened. It's the draft. So today we'll talk about it. We'll dig into these players, who they are, what they bring the Bills. But there's something to me that is a little tough to believe. And it kind of goes to Bean's comment there. We'll talk to him about this. I got lots of questions about their process. Did you see how many players they drafted that were guys that came in for visits?
Not the total number, but I know. I mean, Sanders was here, right? And wasn't Deion Walker in on a visit? And
the top 30 visits that they drafted.
Yeah.
It is almost, I don't know how to run the numbers on this. Someone can do it. It's almost mathematically impossible to believe they took the top player on their board every time. The guys they picked that they had in for a visit. Now, again, that just means we like these guys. We identify these guys as guys we like. But Hairston came in for a visit. TJ Sanders and Deion Walker both came in for visits. At where else? Or guys that they met with. Landon Jackson didn't come in for a visit. They had multiple interactions with him. Arkansas, they went to the Combine. They had the Pro Day. Let me pull it up because not all their visits were reported. That's the thing. Like, you got to have people dig and find answers to who came in for visits and who you picked. But it was a lot of players that came in for a visit that the Bills ultimately drafted. And mathematically, either the Bills are incredible and they had Oz, the mentalist guy, say who are the guys going to be on the board when we pick, but they just pick their guys. They pick guys that they like, which is, I mean, that's how the draft often works. But that's, to me, it looked a lot more like these are the guys we liked than an objective board, which I actually think is probably the better way to do it. You got to know people, you put them in about a tier and say, here it is, the 5th round. What should we do? Take this position, whatever, whose grade is a 9.1, or this guy who's a 9.0 or an 8.8, but we know him well and we love everything about him. To me, if you're going to have those meetings, you're going to value those interactions and the makeup of these players, and you're going to kind of tilt towards those players. I mean, I might not agree with all the positional ideas because they, of course, did have 7 receivers come in for those top 30 visits and pretty much avoided the position like it was, well,
that's where
they avoided it.
That's where I almost if they did that at every other position, is it believable what Bean said that he fully intended on drafting a receiver, but every time they would maybe be approaching on someone that they thought matched up for where they picked, he would go like 5 picks before that? Because they did bring in. They did not bring any. I mean, Bond ended up. Did he even get drafted?
He did not.
Okay, so I was saying leading up to the draft, he was the one day 2 guy that they had in on a visit. Well, he didn't end up being an any day guy. Yep. So you look back at their visits, and they were not bringing in 1st and 2nd round prospects. They were day 3 guys, and they brought in a lot of them. And the fact that they didn't end up with one until the final pick would lead me to believe that they were ready. You know, maybe in a perfect world going in, they're like, okay, we'll draft one in round 4, and receivers just went earlier.
Well,
which was also to say that other teams valued it more.
That's a big part of this. Like, I don't know how early everybody wants to go in on the receiver being a big part of the draft or the defense being the biggest story of the draft. I mean, they have completely attempted to completely rebuild their defense.
Yes.
I mean, corner, 2 defensive tackles, a defensive end, and from there they went special teams. They drafted special teams ahead of receiver. They don't feel like they have a need. They lost 2 and added 1, and then from there it's all special teams guys, really. But if you believe that a receiver went off the board right before they were about to pick every time, well, let's go to see where they were about to pick. When they traded up for TJ Sanders, Luther Burton had gone 2 picks before, but they didn't have that pick. So that's a tough one to believe.
They moved up intentionally for TJ Sanders.
Yes, exactly. In the 3rd round, where the Bills picked Landon Jackson, Isaac Tesla and Kyle Williams went 2 and 3 picks before. Now, Tesla they had in for a visit. Kyle Williams they did not.
Okay.
To me, Kyle Williams is the kind of receiver that they really could use. He goes to New England. So is it believable in the 3rd round? I think it is. 2 receivers go right before their pick. In the 4th round, they trade back up into a spot for Deion Walker. Now, right before that pick, Dante Thornton Jr. went. They had him in for a visit. And he's a speedster, vertical guy they might have liked. Maybe they were trying to get up for him, couldn't, and then go up for the defensive tackle instead. They did pass on Arian Smith, who went 1 pick after they took Deion Walker. Arian Smith came in for a visit. So there's 2 receivers that bookend their 4th round pick. In the 5th round, they have another 2nd round pick, or 4th round pick, rather, or is that it?
Nope, that was it. Then they had two fifths.
Okay, in the 5th round, when they are on the board, who do they ultimately take? In the 5th round, it is
Jordan Hancock, 170, the corner.
Jordan
Who's
Hancock.
going to play safety maybe also.
4 picks before that is Torrey Horton, Colorado State wide receiver. I think they were linked to him. He was a guy that Joe Marino had been targeting for them in the 4th or 5th round. Torrey Horton. So yes, he came in for a visit. Torrey Horton, 4 or 5 picks before. All right, now we got jumped in the 5th round.
That was the span where the Bills had 3 picks within 7.
And
170, 173, 177.
Right.
Yeah.
And to that point that they had 3 picks, when they had those 3 picks, I thought there's no way they're coming out of this without a single receiver. And sure enough, they did. Is that because Torrey Horton went 3 picks before? He might have been the guy for them for that spot. Instead, they go cornerback, tight end. By the way, missing Chris Paul Jr. by 1 pick. That's a guy they met with a bunch of times, and they were linked to a bunch, and they did not take him. And then the 3rd pick is Jackson Hawes, tight end. I'm only looking at 2 picks here. There are 3 picks within 8. Where's the 3rd one?
Oh, the first pick of round 6. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Dorian Strong.
Yeah,
that was 177.
All right.
Yeah.
177. And then from there, you trade down, and you're going to go to 240. Or there's an offensive lineman. Sorry.
206.
Chase Lunt, 206. Receiver before that was LeJontay Wester. No links to him at any point. So it is believable that a couple different times they were within striking range of a guy they were willing to take. But your point is not wrong. To me, and the conversation and the question for Brandon Bean later today is receiver a position that you look at as a premium position in the NFL? Because the NFL clearly looks at it that way, and the Bills, I think it's not, whatever, it's my opinion. Bean will have an answer for this. The Bills just don't. It's a philosophical difference with some other teams. GMs, coaches, personnel offices are going to have their own evaluation of positions. We have conversations about running back all the time. Some people call and say running back is worthless. Others want you to sign Saquon Barkley. And at receiver, this team does not treat it like it is a premium position. And they had a good year without a premium receiver last year, and they could definitely have a good year without one again this year, or maybe somebody pops. But it's pretty clear that they don't really value it the way that other front offices do. I've got teams that are already loaded, adding second-round receivers. And I've got the Bills who really could use some work there, deciding the 7th round flyer, which is super unlikely to be on the team.
Oh, yeah, or at the very least making any sort of impact.
Right. So
like maybe he's competing with Shavers for like the last spot on the roster, and that guy plays a couple snaps.
Right.
But nothing crazy.
So the Bills right now going into camp, taking the spot of Mac Hollins is Tyrell Shavers, Jalen Virgil. That's
right.
That's where you are. Hollins last year was a guy that ended up having a much bigger role than people anticipated. And the Bills are kind of slotting in a Tyrell Shavers or Jalen Virgil to take that role. So,
but not that they're not going to play that much. Hollins played 60% of the snaps, more than that.
Maybe that's Coleman now and whatever. But Coleman
already played that, which is why I still feel like there is an opportunity here for another ad somewhere. There's not a great opportunity. There is an opportunity because there are still a lot of vacated snaps on this team, and I feel like the internal options can only fill so much of that. So unless they believe that Shavers is ready to take a big step as not like a regular target, but somebody that could be on the field, run downs, blocking, kind of doing some of the stuff that Hollins did last year. Or, maybe they're about to bring Amari Cooper back, or somebody else that's still out there.
Amari Cooper or Elijah Moore Or people are suggesting Keenan Allen.
Like a late free agent ad. Because if you believe them that they thought they might get a receiver a lot earlier than they did, and they didn't because of the way the board fell, then if that's the case, then I think the natural follow-up to the draft would be, okay, well, then you're about to go add a late free agent signing.
Right.
Because why are those guys out there? Why is Rasul Douglas still out there? Why is a lot of these players? Why is Cooper even? A lot of times those free agents will say, I'm going to wait until after the draft and see if I can find a team that maybe didn't get what they wanted. Mm-hmm. And if I'm a free agent receiver this morning, I'm telling my agent to call the Bills because I want to bet on they're the team that would be the case for.
There's a couple. Dallas, the Jets. There are a couple teams where the receiver rooms are just really barren.
Yeah, the Dallas behind Lamb is what even right now?
Jalen Tolbert and Jonathan Mingo. But there's a bigger point in here to me, and we've got a all caps guy screaming in the chat already. Josh Allen is elite. He doesn't need a number one receiver. We're not even talking about number one receiver. We're just talking about accomplished receivers at all. And to me, there's another point in here. It's cheap. It's one of the top positions to save money on the cap. You are paying a big money quarterback. One of the best ways to keep things afloat at all times is to have cheap wide receivers. And I don't mean cheap like, hey, Curtis Samuel's kind of cheap. He's $8 million a year. Josh Palmer is $10 million a year. Like the Bills, and those two guys can be nice players for them.
Yeah.
But you're spending $20 million on guys that you can also just get for free. The draft is an opportunity to, among other things, look for elite talent, build your depth. It's also where you go to get cheap players. One of the reasons people don't want you to draft running back early is because when you do that, you don't save any money. Right. One of the reasons you do see quarterbacks go at the top of the draft is because you save unbelievable amounts of money on rookie contracts. And receiver, defensive end, we made this point about defensive end when they drafted Rousseau and Basham in the first and second round. It was very easy to explain. Well, I mean, listen, guys, that position is expensive. Look at how much they paid Bosa off an injured season, 1 year. Let's see if you can get it all back together. And Palmer and Curtis Samuel are $20 million on other teams' cast-offs to a point of, they're nice players, but we would never pay this guy $12 million or $9 million. And the Bills are spending reasonable money on those two guys. Samuel made $8 million last year. How many games did he make an impact in? Okay, the injury's an issue.
Yeah.
These are guys you're paying, and I can remember, Joe, when they signed Samuel, one of the things I said to you, and I kind of latched onto, was you don't really see receivers make this dollar amount.
It was a middle ground that there wasn't a lot of.
Right. Even Gabe Davis is like 13 or whatever, and he's not worth that. The point is, draft a guy. It's not that it's a completely replaceable position. It's that you really don't need to spend on the middle class. You can either go to the top or keep things flush on the bottom. And for anybody out there that wants them to build a defense, this is, if you do that, more money for your defense, for your defensive tackles, for your corners, for everything, for your offensive line. It's just by eschewing receiver, what you're doing is deciding, I don't want to save money at the second most expensive position in the sport. Mm-hmm. So to me, you don't have to think that they need to find a number one or need Matthew Golden, which I don't think they needed that. There was no receiver this year I was really pounding the table for. It's just, man, the league says it's valuable, and you don't seem to think so.
Yeah. I mean, that's how they've acted for the most part. Where would the Bills rank in terms of their wide receiver salary, though, I wonder, with all of those guys?
Well, it wouldn't be...
Because they don't have a monster contract.
No, that's right. They're still probably kind of low, but Shakir got paid, and then you've got the other two guys that are making lower range salaries.
Right.
So their receiver... Last year, they had $26 million in dead cap on a guy that wasn't on the team. So last year's receiving core, I think, was the sixth highest paid receiving group because of the dead cap. Mm-hmm. I bet now, what is it, like bottom 5? Bottom 7?
Yeah, bottom 7, it looks like. They're spending right now, this is dollars spent. This might be dollars spent. They're spending $23 million on wide receiver this year.
Okay.
Jets are lower, Cardinals, Saints, Panthers, Chiefs, Packers, Ravens, Browns, and Chargers.
But all those guys have rookies.
A lot of those teams are young guys.
And the Bills have Coleman, who matters here. But why is the Jets cheaper? Because Garrett Wilson's not been paid yet. And why are the Cardinals cheaper? They have a couple of guys. Martin Harrison Jr. has not been paid
the
yet.
Chiefs are Worthy and Rice, and
The Chargers have spent more draft capital on receivers in the last 5 years than any team in the NFL in the first and second round. They're trying to lift Justin Herbert up a bit and help him. And that's the other part of this. Like, you see a pick made, and immediately on the draft it becomes, well, they're looking for help for their quarterback. And the Bills just don't. They just don't look for help for their quarterback at that position. So it kind of got to a point over the weekend where it's just like, man, I'm here valuing this position. The league does, and the Bills just kind of don't.
Not in the same way.
That's right. And, of course, they can still win. There's a lot of ways to win. There's a lot of people out there that think that as long as Josh Allen's the quarterback, they're going to win 13 games, and that's probably not that far off.
Right.
But at some point, Joe, I got to stop reading tweets about what the Bills' points per game in a season were, because that's not the trophy. You don't hang a banner for what your points per game were in a season. You hang a banner for a Super Bowl, and the Bills are in a window to win a Super Bowl. So, if they go through this whole time and keep losing in the playoffs because they can't throw down the field on an important play, I'm just not going to dress myself in 10 banners that said where they were in points per game in a season. Doesn't mean anything. 30 points per game. Congratulations, you scored 29 against the Chiefs and lost. Well, fix your defense. Okay, fix your defense. Are you going to be down 3 points with 2 minutes left again and not have anybody to go to?
That to me is the point. What are they trying to build here? Are they trying to be a team that's able to score on that final drive they were not able to score against the Chiefs last year in the AFC Championship game? Or are they trying to be the team that's not going to be down? Are they trying to be the team that Kansas City looked great against for the first time against any opponent in like 3 months?
Yeah.
Right? Wasn't it their first game of the year they had scored more than 30? Yeah. And maybe the only one of the year where they had scored more than 30? So I think both are defensible, but it does feel like, and I would even agree, the defense was the problem. It has been a problem in that matchup. I mean, over time, they have never put on a good performance in the playoffs against Kansas City, and they have had good offensive performances, but that's when they had Diggs, and that's when they had Davis going off for 250 yards. So I look at them and think, I don't necessarily trust you to be able to score. Like, I was the one that said that week after that they lost that game, I would not take 17 with the ball down 5. Well, with the ball, like, I'm not taking being down to the Chiefs. I'm just not going to do it. But I know that I don't trust them to have good defensive performances against them. Yep. And how do I fix that? I mean, the only way to do that might be I've got to have just an amazing roster.
And they're shooting for that.
And they are shooting for, I'm going to have an amazing bed of talent on defense when I go and play that team.
Who's going to get cut from this defensive line when training camp's over? Like, a name's going to go.
I mean, Epinesa might be.
Javon Solomon might be. One of these draft picks might not make the team, of course. And
that happens every year. Like,
sure.
The final couple draft picks, like, that's very possible.
A lot to the defensive front and a lot to their defensive line. 803-0550 is our phone number. Let's get some calls in, get reaction. I'm not really, I don't know if people are expecting a rant from me today, and maybe one comes out somewhere, but it is just frustrating. It is very frustrating to see that other teams are doing everything they can around their quarterback, and the Bills, who have the best one, and there's a couple of fans that have this mindset too. I woke up to a tweet calling James Cook valueless, and I thought, man, Josh Allen, you're not wrong if you think he'll win 13 games every year, but I did not anticipate a side effect of having a franchise quarterback would be that you decide nothing else actually matters. You can surround him with not good players. And the Bills' offense has good players. Their line is elite. That's the other thing.
I was going to say, like, I feel like their offense is still one player away from being, like, perfect.
Unstoppable. Probably.
Yeah.
And as it is, it's still pretty good. They came this offseason. The head coach talked about vertical explosiveness and horizontal explosiveness, and they have not added it. So we will see. 803-0550. On the defense, I think they had a nice draft. I mean, when it comes to Landon Jackson in the third round, that guy had been pegged in the second. everywhere I'd seen.
Yeah.
The one interesting guy, and we'll talk about this with Joe Marino on Wednesday, Deion Walker was on the 5 guys do not draft for him.
Yeah.
There's some concerns there. And, the tight end, is he the next Dawson Knox? And when he walks out the door, you've got Hawes as your blocking tight end? Maybe.
I mean, for now, he's the next Quentin Morris, I would assume.
Right, that's right. 803-0550 to join us. We'll get a break in. Brian, Eric, right back to your calls. Want to make sure we stay on time today. Jump on the feed on YouTube. Jump on the phones with us. Are you frustrated? Flat out angry? What's going on with this Bills draft? I'm fine with a lot of things they did. I kind of am still stunned that they threw a 7th rounder at a position that is super important in the NFL. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 on WGR.
The Bills draft class is in the books. They headlined the Saturday day 3 with a defensive tackle, Deion Walker out of Kentucky, 6'7", over 330 pounds in round 4. Drafted a couple of other defensive backs, a blocking tight end, an offensive tackle, and a wide receiver all on day 3. So at the end of it, 6 defensive players, 3 offensive players. You can find more details on them on our website, WGR550.com. In the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Carolina wins over New Jersey to take a 3-1 series lead. The Capitals doing the same to Montreal. Meanwhile, the Jets fall big to the Blues, 5-1. Connor Hellebuck pulled for the second consecutive game. That series is 2-2. Oilers win in overtime over the Kings. Leon Draisaitl scoring to win it. That series also knotted at 2 games apiece. The Amherst winning over the weekend. They are up 2-0 in their first-round series against Syracuse in the AHL playoffs. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I feel like my leadership style is kind of different. I'm more of a get to know the person, not the player. Just get good relationships with most of the guys on the team, hopefully all of them. And if they do end up having a bad day, they have been slacking. If some has been happening, be able to have that relationship to be able to come and talk to them and they not take it as disrespect. That's the biggest thing for me.
Deion Walker, the Bills' 4th-round pick, defensive tackle. He's the big-body space eater. If you were someone that thought, you were on this, Joe, big time, they're not going to spend their premium asset, their number 1 asset, on a big guy in the middle. They're a defense that doesn't use that much. And sure enough, what do? They went corner in the 1st round, then penetrating defensive tackle in the 2nd, and in the 3rd round it ends up being defensive end, and then back for the big space-eating guy that maybe they can see if they can make something out of him.
Quickly on Walker, because I know we want to get to calls here. I actually, for the defensive tackle they ended up with, I want to listen to Marino again on this. Actually, I heard Joe Marino, Locked On Bills, over the weekend talking about how this was one of the 5 guys he didn't want to see the Bills draft. The reason I kind of am into the idea of him being the big body space eater defensive tackle that they drafted is his value doesn't seem to be in being the big body space eater. Like, I heard Joe call him a finesse player for his size. He's 6'7", 330, but he plays more like a finesse player. Lance Zierlein at NFL.com, he talked a lot about more of Walker's pass rush ability than his ability to fill up blocks and stop the run. His NFL comparison to NFL.com was Jordan Phillips. 7.5 sacks last year. Like, to me, I get it. Like, they needed a one technique, eat up those blocks. I feel like the guy they drafted doesn't have to come off the field on 3rd downs.
Okay.
I feel like if he hits, if he becomes like a real NFL player, I feel like, if he's going to be Jordan Phillips, what was Jordan Phillips at his best? I don't remember him as the guy that was, great run stuffer. He had 9 sacks in a season for the Bills. So
8030550. Along the way, Bean also said that Dwayne Carter could be a one technique guy for them.
Yes.
He then took Deion Walker after making that comment. Right? That's the timeline of that the weekend. 8030550. Brian in Arcade leads us off this morning. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Hey, guys. Yeah, more of the same on wide receiver. This is Bean's MO. This is how they want to build a team. I think he's left it with a house of cards. We have cut to the bone at wide receiver. And what I mean by that is now, Curtis Samuel has to play. He cannot spend time just injured. Keon Coleman has to improve. He has to be good. Because you have 4 field-worthy wide receivers right now, unless you think Laviska Shenault is going to be on the field in a meaningful way. He hasn't played in a meaningful way since 2021 is the last time he was a receiver. You look at Bean's record in the draft. It's indisputable now. He's had 8 drafts. He's picked 9 wide receivers. Let's go through the resume. McLeod in the 6th, Prohl in the 7th, Stevenson in the 6th, Gabe Davis in the 4th, Hodgson 6th, Shakir 5th, Shorter 5th, Coleman 2nd, Prather 7th. Your average round is 5.2. Oh, but what about Diggs? He used a first for Diggs. Yeah, that takes the average to 4.9. I think it is very clear this team does not give a rip about giving Josh Allen a good wide receiver. They got him Diggs, and then they stopped. From that point on, they stopped. Emmanuel Sanders was the beginning of the end. You had to talk that guy out of the retirement, and then from that point on, it has been just a pipeline, a conveyor belt of just has-beens in the league. And his free agents, of course, aren't any better. You can go through that list, too. I mean, now you are depending on Josh Palmer, a guy who has never had more than 770 yards receiving in the NFL or in college, to be your best perimeter outside receiver. And he worked with Justin Herbert. Allen is completely left out to dry on this team. I mean, you talk about, we could just trade James Cook. We don't need him. He's going to have to carry the ball 300 times. I mean, who's going to be your number one back? Ray Davis? It's insane to me how we have ended up in this spot with the best player this franchise has ever had. It's either him or Bruce Smith for the most talented ever. And you are sitting here every year. It's like this. It wasn't the right time for wide receiver. It wasn't the right time. Meanwhile, Savion Williams goes off. Green Bay has completely loaded up. At this point, you would be on your knees thanking them for like Bo Melton. Like hopefully they can get rid of some of their extra. Their top six is incredible. You need to drill Bean about this, because how do you expect to compete against the Bengals, the Chiefs? You didn't even get to the Super Bowl. You got halfway through the playoffs and you were out. How do you expect this to work every year?
Thanks, Brian. The answer is, they trust Josh Allen. And, like grilling Bean, I'll ask him. I've got questions about it. I've got questions about how, when he says he kind of admitted, I'm surprised I didn't take a receiver until the 7th round. Like that just treats it like, you forgot something at the grocery store. Like I think it's an important position. Can they still win without it? They sure can. I think they could win the Super Bowl with the roster they have right now, because you kind of can't overstate how much Josh Allen can lift you up and do everything for you. But to the Packers' point, like the Packers, it's almost comical. The Packers were the team. Hey, what about the Packers model? Mm-hmm. I mean, if you listen to this show, I thought that's ridiculous. They just have a bunch of young guys. They draft receivers, and they are seeking a number one, and they drafted 2 of the top 12 receiver prospects in the draft, Matthew Golden and Savion Williams. Like, so the Packers model isn't even real anymore. I don't know. Maybe next year it's an offense-heavy draft. Last year was offense-heavy. This year was defense-heavy. Maybe they go back and forth. Bean is trying to build a team for the long term. I thought last year the Bills were trying to make a point about a guy like Diggs. We don't need that guy. Allen can be great without a number one. Mm-hmm. And I agree with that. I don't think they need to have a number one. I think they would love to have one, and Allen would love to have one. Mm-hmm. So I kind of thought they were proving a point. And then here comes year 2 of this, where it's not proving a point. It's they think this is ultimately better. And you just can't find very many people outside of Bills fans and people talking about this team to say it's actually better to not know who's going to beat you in a given game. All these other teams have guys that the ball's going to go to them, and the ball does go to them, and they're very effective. It's not bad to have good players. So, whatever. I think they can still be a great team. I fully expect them to be a great team. Sure. I also don't want today to just be all about this. I am excited for what they can do on defense. Really excited.
Yeah.
To build the next version of their defense. If Hairston is good, then look out. Their corners are going to be awesome. And I might have questions about their safeties, but their front seven, man, if they can't find a good front seven out of everything that they've added this offseason, then pack it up. Because whether it's Ogunjobi and Hoyt and Bosa and all these picks, that front seven, I'm expecting big things from them. They've got to have answers. They've got dogs up there. It should get nasty for this defense, and that is an exciting idea.
Yeah.
But at the receiver position, I don't think there's any disputing that they do not value it on the level that other teams do.
And he made a good point about how there's going to be, unless there's another ad to come or somebody out of nowhere is able to step up, there's going to be a need for Curtis Samuel to play this year more than he did last year, because last year when he was injured, they were fine, right? In terms of personnel, because they had Matt Collins. Matt Collins would come in and play all the time at his position. Coleman would play and Shakir would play, and they got by. They had to trade for Cooper at some point, but they were able to get by. But now, what is your in Samuel, that was not new, by the way. Like, he has had nagging injuries throughout his career. Like, that was a part of his story in Carolina and in Washington, too. He never missed, I think maybe there was one season he missed a ton of time of. But say that's to happen to him again. Wouldn't be new. Happens almost every year to him. He has nagging injuries throughout the season. Now, who's my guy to step up? Because now it looks so thin on paper, their depth chart. And listen, Josh Allen might love the everybody eats mentality and the guys that they have in there, but that's when the guy that was being asked to play more than we thought was a veteran in Matt Collins. How's he going to feel if it's a rookie? How is he going to feel?
They're not going to have any rookies.
An experienced guy, right? I almost mean like the 7th rounder they just drafted,
Caden Prather.
Yeah, how's he going to feel if it's Shavers, somebody that has no experience playing in the NFL?
He's going to say he has total faith in that guy, and they've worked together for years.
But is he going to throw to him? Because look how long it took him to throw to Shakir. Shakir was on the field for 35% of his snaps in his rookie season. He got 10 passes. I mean, Josh can say all he wants about how much he'll trust a young guy like that, but who's he going to throw the ball to?
Yeah, well, guys got to earn targets.
Right.
To your point about, Palmer and...
Palmer's going to be the answer to this question, I think.
Palmer might be. Yeah.
That Palmer's going to have a big role. Like in terms of target share and where they're lining him up. I think he kind of has to.
Or it's the year that Kincaid becomes what he's supposed to be, and Kincaid has 90 catches. That's the other part here.
It's all the eggs are going in your internal basket.
Yep.
It is like Palmer is going to come in and supplement and probably be better than what you had from Hollins and Cooper combined even. But when we talked to Bean, I bet his answer on where that position could grow, it's just going to be, we had 3 guys last year that to different extents disappointed us for different reasons. That everybody eats worked, and Allen won the MVP, but 3 guys we invested in, Coleman, Kincaid, Samuel, all kind of let us down. And the bet would be that this year, maybe 2 of the 3 won't.
Right. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Bills go heavy defense. They get some of the guys at the draft that are tops at their position, like the tight end is a mauler, a machine. Unquestionably the best blocking tight end in the class. So tight end 3 is, a bully. And that's one thing about this that I wanted to bring up at some point. The Bills at some point decided they wanted to be more built for winning in January, right? Mm-hmm. And it is, to me, it's an NFL-ism, if I may. What is winning in January? Winning in January is the trenches. Tough. Inside. You got to be tough. You got to be a bully. And the Bills kind of want to be that way. And last year they were. I mean, they had an offensive line that mauled people at times, and they did not have the defensive line to maul the other way. So that's what they're trying to build. That makes sense to me. It is worth pointing out, though, of course, that the NFL only talks about winning in January and winning in December and January one way, and that's getting tougher. No one ever treats winning in January as winning the way the Eagles did, which was, yes, they exploited the Chiefs' offensive line and got pressure on Mahomes. The other thing they did was throw the ball all over Kansas City's face. They threw it all over them. Jalen Hurts was near perfect in that game. Kansas City could not cover Philadelphia's receivers. But for some reason, throwing the ball late in the season, throwing the ball in the playoffs, that's not winning in January. Winning in January is only treated as the rough stuff.
Well, I think the credit, maybe the reason for that is I feel like what's happened over these 3 months is that the credit for that has been given to the Eagles' run game as to why that happened, which I'm not saying that didn't make an impact. Kansas City definitely sold out to stop Barkley in that game, but if anyone has watched A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith for years, you know that, sure, it might have been made easier for them, but they're impossible to cover every week.
Right. They made a Super Bowl with A.J. Brown before Saquon Barkley was there. And Brown, it's Brown and Hurts.
And Hurts was great in that game, too.
It's Brown and Hurts. Those two did not lose a game that they played together with the Eagles this year. When they started and finished, they were undefeated with Brown and Hurts. 803-0550. The Bills are going to win like 14 games anyway. It's fine.
They're going to win the division by week 7.
They're going to win the division. New England's coming. New England,
not that quickly.
But New England had a nice draft. New England had a really nice draft.
What did they do?
They drafted
They got the tackle, Will Campbell.
They drafted 2 starting offensive linemen. They added Kyle Williams, who's a nice receiver to that group.
Yep.
New England had a nice draft. I think New England is about to become not a laughingstock, which maybe that wins 9 games. 803-0550. We'll get more calls on the other side if you're on hold. Sorry, we'll buzz through as many as we can. I put Sal at 8 so we could get a lot of reaction and then get to Sal and Brandon Bean at 8:30. So we've got lots of time for you if you're on hold. We will get right to your calls and continue. Jeremy and Joe here talking about the Bills draft. They go heavy defense. We're expecting big things from the front 7. And, of course, the receiver conversation I do expect an ad in the next couple days here because I'm ready for someone to tweet, I guess we don't have to freak out now because Amari Cooper's back or Elijah Moore or somebody. They're going to add somebody. I don't have any doubt about that. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. FanDuel giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the Major League Baseball season. But before Tuesdays, we get to bet 5 and get 250. That's right. The best place to find all your favorite player props is FanDuel. You can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see what's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/white to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com for help with a gambling problem. Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. We'll get to some other stuff along the way, like Shedeur Sanders finally going to the Browns. Draft in the books.
Yeah.
Grades are out there. I've seen, some good, some bad. 803-0550, get a couple calls and want to catch up. Eric in Lockport is up. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Good morning, good boys. How's it going?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Well, last time we talked, I guess when I said that, if the Bills spent all 10 picks on defense, that it wouldn't make it more likely that to stop Mahomes and Reed. I didn't mean that as a challenge to them. I guess the good news, and I really do mean it as good news, is that for those of us on the receiver side of the debate after this year, we never have to have this argument ever again. If they go down the line and it works or it doesn't, we'll know for sure whether, investing one way or the other, was really kind of the best way to go, because they definitely planted a flag. And that's all I wanted to get out. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Eric. That's part of the thing here is, let's say they have the exact same season, go exactly as far. Lose in the AFC Championship game, have the number 2 ranked offense in football, lose by 3. Are they right? Maybe. If they go to the Super Bowl and lose, are they right? We kind of don't know. We don't know what it would have looked like with someone else in the mix. Maybe we get to the deadline and they add somebody again.
I kind of feel like they're going to at some point.
Maybe. Listen,
they like even if it's just the level of like a Trey White. You know what I mean? Like a couple million guaranteed here with you could double that with incentives there, but it's not Laviska Shenault signing for the 1-year veteran minimum and a guy who played on offense 4 years ago most recently. But if that's not Cooper, I don't know who's still out there other than that. Isn't Keenan Allen still available with that slot?
Yep. I think Elijah Moore is the name I think of the most. Elijah Moore won't be that expensive. But again, like
Nelson Aguilar is the name I could totally see them signing.
And it's kind of funny, like here we are, we're talking about how their result will determine the referendum on how this all happens. What did the Eagles do we do that? The Eagles
build the blueprint as though
they did win.
Yeah.
They did win. And how did the Eagles build it? By spending huge top 10 salaries on their offense and then drafting defense. And when the time came, the Eagles won. What did they do with their defense? They let those guys walk.
Yeah.
Most of them. They signed Zach Bond. But Milton Williams walked. Josh Sweat walked.
Well, the Bills have just done that on defense, but it's not been paired with yet the offensive, big. That would have been if they had traded for DK Metcalf and had the draft they just did, then I would be like, okay, they just did exactly what the Eagles have done. That's really all it is. They are missing like that. It's just one move, but it's a big move.
It's an important position.
It would have been if they had traded for Metcalf. If they had traded for Metcalf, it would have felt like, okay, this is it. Everything is coming together and now everything looks perfect.
803-0550. Open segment on the other side. We will buzz through all these calls we've got lined up. Sal at 8. Brandon Bean, Bills GM Brandon Bean, to talk to us about the draft coming up at 8:30 here on WGR.
Text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X.
Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales. Get to Riverfront if you're interested in that pre-owned vehicle of your dreams or of your needs. Riverfront's got the opportunity to save you lots of money. That's how it works when you go the pre-owned route. And at Riverfront, you're going to find beautiful vehicles. Go to their website, riverfrontautosales.com, and peruse the inventory. Or just click Find My Car. When you click Find My Car, that means you're putting Marty Sr., Marty Jr., and the whole team at Riverfront to work to find that next vehicle for you. They've done this for me. They'll do it for you. I've got an appointment at Riverfront, get service there done on a vehicle, just, routine maintenance. That's how it goes. Riverfront is the place to save money, find the car, get a warranty, get it taken care of, all of it. 886-1626. That's 886-1626. Whether you're looking for something to downsize, you're looking for something for nice days like yesterday, maybe you want a convertible or a dream car or a classic car. They've got all that. And if you want to sell a vehicle, you can sell with Riverfront as well. 886-1626. That's 886-1626. Save money, save time by going to riverfrontautoSales.com and clicking on Find My Car, or just calling Marty Sr. and Marty Jr. at 886-1626.
The Bills' 2025 draft is in the books. They picked 5 defensive players to start with their first 5 picks, and then did get 3 offensive players on day 3 in their final 4, a tight end, an offensive tackle, and a wide receiver, but a bunch of cornerbacks, defensive linemen, mostly throughout the draft for the Bills. Saturday was headlined by Deion Walker, their 4th-round pick, who they traded up for, 330 pounds, 6'7" defensive tackle out of Kentucky was their big selection on Saturday. You can read more about all their new prospects on our website, WGR550.com. Here, audio from Brandon Beane, who will join us coming up at 8:30. To the Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Carolina over New Jersey, Washington over Montreal. The Caps and the Hurricanes take 3-1 series leads. Oilers beat the Kings in overtime to tie that series at 2. The Blues also not their series with Winnipeg at 2, winning 5-1. Connor Hellebuck pulled for the 2nd consecutive game. Tonight in the NHL playoffs, Lightning at Panthers at 7 o'clock. Florida leads 2-1. Avalanche at Stars at 9:30. That's tied at 2-2. Last night in the NBA playoffs, the Lakers blew a 9-point lead late to fall to the Timberwolves. They're down 3-1 in the series. The Knicks win on a controversial final play to beat the Pistons. They're also up 3-1. Amherst winning in their playoffs over the weekend. Last night they beat Syracuse 4-0. Devin Levi gets the shutout. They're up 2-0 in their series of the first round of the AHL playoffs. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I felt when we set the board where the strengths were compared to some of the needs, perceived needs, whatever they are, of our roster, I thought that some of those matched. You don't know how it's going to fall. There's a couple of times where you're going that ended up being defense. You're going, it could be an offense, could be a defense here looking as you're getting close. And it just, you never know. I can tell you 100% it wasn't going into it, hey, we have to get X number of defensive players out of this draft. As I said yesterday, I did think the way the board was stacked, where the strengths of the board were, 2 of our first 3 picks would be, I felt pretty good, would land up that we would have a defensive player there that we liked, that filled a need as well at the value. We went up to get TJ because we had him higher on our board. And in our minds, if we have him up there, we feel like at least a few other teams are. Everybody grades for their own team, and that filled a need for us.
Bills GM Brandon Beane. I do appreciate what he says there. You don't know what's going to happen. It's one of the things I plan to ask him when we talk at 8:30 about, you do all these mock drafts. The Bills do mock drafts, and it occurs to me, you come out of those mocks and like, how do we like this board? Like, oh, there's probably a mock where they took a receiver. There's probably a mock where they end up with a safety. There's probably a mock where they end up with 2 defensive tackles or 2 defensive ends. You do respond to the draft. You don't plan it. You can only do what happens. So we'll talk to Brandon Beane at 8:30. We'll talk with Sal in an hour. Right now, Jeremy and Joe, we're talking to you about the Bills draft, and we have some open phone lines at 803-0550 to jump in with a couple already on hold, so we'll get to that. Before that, I want to mention one other thing. This is something we are not going to yell about now, but we might yell about in the future.
Okay.
Nike and the NFL announcing Rivalries, a new and exciting uniform and fan gear program. Basically, what's going to happen here is the statement from Chief Revenue Officer at the NFL, together with Nike, we're harnessing the power of rivalry matchups to bring fan excitement and community pride to the next level. Specially designed player uniforms and limited edition fan gear. We will embark on a journey that inspires competitive spirit and reveals the winner in all of us. It's pretty fancy words there.
A lot of words.
Right.
I love
Basically,
uniform
I
PR
think
releases
each
like that.
participating team in rivalries, and the Bills are one of these teams. It's Bills, Dolphins, Patriots, and Jets. The first wave will come from the AFC East and the NFC West. So my guess is it's Jets, Patriots, and Bills, Dolphins. And the NFC West has matchups as well. Each team will wear a unique Rivalries uniform with designs rooted extensively in local community insights during a single home game against a division rival. These designs have been brought to life by pulling inspiration from the history of each market and the aspects of the community that only that team's city embodies. So, you're getting a new uniform for a game this year.
Right. That sounds to me like it's something brand new, right?
Yes.
Not like they're wearing the 60s throwbacks. Like they're going to have a brand new uniform.
Yes. So there will be.
There's a lot of words, though, that kind of are, I feel like, designed to not let you know anything about what it's going to look like.
Well, doesn't it sound like the NBA or the MLB City Connect? This has the Red Sox. The Red Sox wear blue and yellow, the colors of the Boston Marathon.
The Miami Heat wear like Miami Vice uniforms, where like pink lettering with blue outline. Yeah, which isn't their colors.
We might spend some time in the coming weeks with ideas,
like
concepts.
Yeah,
it could be totally brand new colors. It could be anything.
Chicken wing jersey.
It could be.
We'll spend. You're right. We'll yell about that in the future.
Like I said, I
will fight anybody that just tells me to wear a chicken wing uniform. Come on, you can do so much better.
Everybody knows
it's low hanging fruit.
It'll be a tribute to Niagara Falls, Joe. That's what it'll be. Anyway, 803-0550. Get some calls in here on the draft. What do you think about the draft? They have gone big for the defense, which I think everybody agrees needed some work, needed some help. And my takeaway from it all is that the front seven, it better be nasty. This is the kind of draft that this much attention to the defense. The first time they went defense 5 picks in a row to start since 2006, with a defensive head coach, a free agency period that was mostly defense. If McDermott's defense next year isn't good, really good, dynamically good, I think the shouting about him gets louder. And if they regress on offense, which you might make a case that they should, I think Josh Allen is regression proof. Whatever. I just think that
he's big regression proof.
Sure. But
any regression is modest.
This is not $120 million on Von Miller. This contract better work. This is your offseason was about helping your defense. And if your head coach, who has built really good defenses in the past, if he doesn't have answers this time, people are going to wonder when he will, if they don't already wonder that. So we'll get some phone calls in, 803-0550. And, of course, the receiver conversation is right there for anybody that wants to have it. Butch on the east side is first up this hour. Hey, Butch, good morning.
Good morning, my guys. I love you. I love MSG. I love WGR. So all the fans who listen, Butch from east side, I love you. I'm going to get right to the point. I want to take my hats off to Brandon Beane and his staff for what they did these last 3 days. Because like he said before, a lot of times players be having ratings nationwide, but we rate players based off how they fit us and what we do. Got to respect that. Now, saying that is, when you were just speaking about the pressure, I'm not using the word pressure, but what Sean McDermott has going in based off with the players he got on his draft, me personally, on paper only, this is the best draft that Brandon Beane has ever had. I mean, I'm talking about all the way through. I'm not talking about with a Josh Allen, picking players. I'm talking about all the way through. Now, that's on paper. Now, really, let me get to my point, and thanks for taking my call, because I know you got a lot of callers. We were speaking about wide receivers. I want Brandon Beane, when he gets on and speak to you guys, about 2 receivers that he has that's really talented. Kelly Akari out of Mississippi State, Hal Presley out of Baylor. Big 6'3" receiver, 210, 6-foot receiver, 199, run a 4.42. Let me explain something. They didn't have any quarterbacks their senior year, but they have talent. You bring those two, along with Palmer you got from the Chargers, you're going to give Terrell Shavers a real opportunity. Coleman's going to come back better. You also have Shakir, and you have Samuel. That's 8 guys you going in with. That's going to make this roster. Those 3 players, along with, I might give Daryl Porter Jr. out of Miami, the cornerback they signed late, because his old coach is our defensive backs coach. He'll play special teams. But now I'm going to say that, then I'm going to say this, and I'm done, and thanks again, is that last year, Sean McDermott had to make the transition of hiring young coaches because the young players are ready to play. They're not ready to sit. They're ready to play. We went through that transition last year. We almost got to the game. This year, they're going to play right away. That secondary, with all those secondary young players coming in, it's going to be really competitive. But thanks so much for taking my calls. But based on that wide receiver room, gentlemen, I want you guys to pause, relax. We're going to be all right. Thank you, guys. I love you.
Thanks, Butch. Due respect, I'm never going to plan on UDFAs making the team and making a difference. I'm never going to do it, ever. When they make a difference, good, they're there. I'm never going to plan on that. There's no reasonable reason to ever look at UDFAs like they're going to make a difference. And some do. But right now, the best
Yep.
UDFA the Bills have on their offense is it Tyrell Shavers? Who is it? Who's their best?
Like somebody that wasn't drafted?
Yeah. I mean, Shavers was not drafted and has been on this team forever.
Was Ty Johnson drafted? He actually might have been.
Okay. But Shavers has been with the team and had a really great camp and showed up and he had one catch from Mitch Trubisky.
Ty Johnson was drafted, by the way.
There you go. So UDFAs, no thanks. I'm not going to plan on it. Not to say that it can never happen, but just like they're never plan on it. This is Duke Williams 2.0.
Yeah. And should I plan on Coleman being better? Like you just said? Should I plan on that? I would be hopeful of that. I don't know that I should. I mean, it feels like they are planning on that.
I would expect him to be better. I don't think it's crazy to expect him to be better. He was showing signs of being pretty good. The question is,
how is he better?
Not just how is he better, but where is the ceiling and what is the skill set? Because I expect him to be better and be a pretty nice receiver for this team, and Allen to trust him and throw him the ball in high leverage situations. One thing I don't expect from him is to be a separator and be a true number one. I expect defenses to continue to throw one defender over there until he starts mossing everyone, and then maybe he'll get more attention. But what his game was last year was single coverage all the time, tight windows, winning contested catches, and running mostly go routes. That was his game last year.
But even like where the growth will have to come, it could be a couple different areas. It could be him as a separator. It would also be him as a more consistent jump ball winner. He got 37% of those last year. It was nowhere near the top of the league. In fact, it was closer to the bottom. If I'm a defense, I know my game plan against Keon Coleman. I'm going to say, yeah, one-on-one. If I lose 37% of them, whatever, I'm fine. I'm taking that every day of the week. I'm going to lose a few to him, but he's not. Travis Hunter won 69% of his jump balls in college. Like that's not the number Coleman is living at on that. So to me, he either needs to be better at it or he needs to become more of a separator to do what Butch is talking about, where he's being relied upon more.
How would the Bills defend Coleman? They throw Christian Benford at him, and that's the end of the story, right?
Yeah, that's it.
There wouldn't be Hairston.
They would not put Maxwell.
Yeah.
Maxwell Hairston probably will not do well against him in practice, I would bet. Well, unless he's running go balls.
Right. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Yeah, I think it's totally possible that a couple things. Palmer has more in there to show, and Coleman improves. Shakir, I think we've seen Shakir at what his best is, which is a really great yak player, a consistent, efficient receiver. He does get a lot of manufactured touches, and that's where the scheme is important. Like the Bills build in touches for Shakir behind the line, and he's super effective. Kincaid, maybe I guess for the next couple months, what I'll be doing is living on the idea that, all right, sorry about those first 2 years. Here comes Dalton Kincaid in his fully formed self. And here he comes as a feature of this offense to be the matchup problem that we said he was going to be. That's the most likely thing. Is that it? The most likely thing that makes their offense more dynamic, more reliable. I mean, again, it was a great offense last year. I don't think anybody disputes that.
I think we already saw the blueprint. Does there have to be a different blueprint? And it's going to be dependent on whether you can repeat what happened last year. The blueprint for them to be a top 3 offense in the league again is to do what they just did, which is don't turn the ball over. Don't have any negative plays.
Have a great run game.
Take no sacks because your offensive line is great and your quarterback doesn't take any in the first place. And have some yak plays.
And I feel like Allen,
once every 2 games, Allen will have an amazing, he's scrambling to the sideline, heave it down the field play that you can't believe.
All that's believable still, right?
All that
to me is believable.
But if you drop back in any of those different areas, that's when, like if you're not protecting the ball quite as often as you did last year because it was historically great, then, how do I make up for that? Maybe it's Kincaid taking a big step forward. If my run game isn't quite as efficient as it was last year, where do I make up for that? Well, maybe Coleman's a little bit better of a separator. Like there's going to be a give and take here. My question will be that if anything from last year takes a small step back, is anybody else, like we're talking Kincaid or Coleman, going to be able to move up? And I know it sounds like I'm just putting all that emphasis on the pass game, but that's because I think the pass game is the only area that could see improvement. Answer me this. Anyone think the run game could be better than it was last year? Anyone think the Bills' run game could be better than it was last year? Because I would say no. I think it was great. It was one of the top units in the league. I think that's about as good as it can get. Anyone think they could be better at not turning the ball over? No, they were historically great. If there is improvement, it has to come from the pass game.
The other answer to this is that the defense will just be better. They'll get off the field on third down. You might regress a little bit in how often you protect the ball, but your defense will be not 29th in the NFL on third down or whatever it was.
Right.
They'll just be a better defense. They'll get off the field. They'll give the ball to Allen more, and that's what Hairston said. I'm here to give Josh Allen the ball. Like, let's get to work. So that's part of your answer.
Yep.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
The chat says Alec Anderson, by the way, is their best undrafted free agent.
Very good.
Although, did he just lose his job?
To the blocking tight end?
He's been, the 6 offensive linemen's kind of been like their blocking tight end. If they just drafted an elite blocking tight end, I'm just guessing. I have no idea.
No, I don't think he lost his job. But Alec Anderson, it took how many years for him to show up and play a small role?
Like 2 or 3, yeah.
803-0550. I mean, maybe not a small role, a big role for what they do. Defensively, like, that's what's going to be exciting. Training camp this year will be about who's getting to the quarterback. Some of the scouting reports. Let's get to some of the scouting reports. We should do that and get some more calls as well. Max Hairston, Thursday night, speedy, slight, smaller guy. Not a big corner, but a small, fast corner. Ball skills, aggressive. Reason to like Hairston quite a bit. TJ Sanders. The scouting report on Sanders is, like, next to Ed Oliver in pass rushing situations, you want to win from the middle. Sanders has a lot of pass rushing chops. He's not quite an Ed Oliver clone, but it could work out really well in pass rushing situations. Landon Jackson will be interesting to talk about because he wins with power a lot. And one of the knocks on him from the draft process was he doesn't really have a lot of great bend, but he has a lot to like. So,
yeah.
I mean, how hard would it be for Landon Jackson to move past A.J. Epinesa in the depth chart?
I feel like they're similar. In my mind, they feel like similar types of players. So I don't know that it would be that hard. They have so many edge rushers right now that do they all make the team? Maybe they all could. Bosa, Rousseau, Hoyt, Epinesa, Jackson, Solomon. That's 6. I think they've kept 6 before, but that's about the limit. I don't think they're doing more than that. So I think they can all make it, but can they all have a role? And that's a better question, because if Jackson looks like, okay, this is a tall, rangy edge defender, it's going to be good against the run game and set the edge, and sure, he's a little stiff, but give you a little bit in the pass rush, then how much do I need A.J. Epinesa at his current salary? Because he's one of these guys that we've talked about, if there was a bigger move to pop up somewhere and they needed to clear some space, I feel like his name often comes up as someone they could do the post-June 1 with and clear some room. So I feel like they have a lot of options at edge. I still wonder if any of them actually come to fruition, though, right? Like, they don't have a guy they've added at that position where it's like, oh, this dude is a surefire, going to show up and be great for you all year. Bosa is the closest to that, but it's the injuries. You just don't know that he'll be available to that extent. And the rest of them, it's like, they played a volume game, I feel like. They took 5 swings at it on the defensive line, and I feel like the odds are that something is going to hit.
Right.
I don't know which it is, though.
If they don't have a front four, and this is Butch's point about playing younger players, we'll talk about this with Sal. They've never been against playing younger players if the younger players can play.
Right.
And you might think, well, they should have trusted guys like James Cook earlier or guys like Shakir earlier, but for every
defense, Rousseau played right away, didn't he? And so did Epinesa and these guys.
For every they don't play a young guy, there's a young guy that they did play.
Yeah.
So I think it's a bit of a myth or maybe an overblown idea that they don't play their young guys.
Yeah, like who did they just drafted would anybody expect isn't going to see the field?
I think Hairston plays.
Hairston plays.
He's going to be out Trey White. TJ Sanders is definitely going to play and be in the mix.
I think Jackson will play.
I think he will definitely play. That might be
and I think Walker probably will play too.
Well, think about those 2 defensive picks, rounds 2 and 3. With Ogunjobi and Hoyt out for 6 games.
They kind of have to.
I wonder if there's a little bit of this, Joe. Do they feel like they have an extended ramp-up time for some of these younger players. You have to play early on.
Right.
And this might be a rough comparison, but think about a quarterback. Josh Allen goes in earlier than he's supposed to, and this is his rookie year. Then he gets hurt, goes out, comes back, and what is he when he comes back? Better.
Yeah.
You got your on-the-job training, and then you left for a little while, and then you're back in. When Ogunjobi and Hoyt come back from their suspensions, those guys are going in. And maybe some of these rookies or younger guys or depth guys come out and have to start competing for those spots. It's just interesting that those two missing in the early 6 games make the Bills' number game not too tough. Maybe it's April 28th, and here I am saying Week 7's going to come, and the Bills are going to have to trade a defensive player for somebody because their numbers game, we have talent here, and Hoyt and Ogunjobi are coming back.
Yeah, that's if everybody was healthy.
That's right. Yeah. 803-0550. Mo in New Jersey up next. Hey, Mo.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Thanks for taking my call. I don't want to get too crazy about the Bills draft picks because you never really know what these players are going to pan out to anyway. I do focus on maybe the top 3 picks. And, obviously all 3 defense, given the way the defense was last year, I don't disagree with it. But at the same time, it's hard to ignore the fact that they ignored the offense. And yes, we have Josh Allen. He's great. He needs help. You guys brought it up earlier in the show. One possession to win the game against Kansas City, we couldn't get it done. And that, to me, was, eye-opening, right? Especially against that Kansas City defense. That's not that good. But that being said, I've never been the biggest McDermott fan. I love what he's done here, and I don't discredit it. But this draft, they essentially gave him all the tools he needed to get his job done. And there's no more excuses for me. If we cannot get over this hump, right, he might need 1 or 2 years with this draft class, fine. If we cannot get over this hump, then we really need to think about what are we doing, because we are wasting the prime of Josh Allen's career. And as much as I want to say, yes, defense wins championships, that's the cliche that you always hear. Look at what the Eagles did to the Chiefs defense. They went over the top. They had wide receivers that just got behind the defense. They had, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. These are not guys drafted in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. These are guys that were drafted at the top of their class for a reason. They are playmakers that can make things happen. So as much as I love what McDermott has done for us, the time is now. The time is up. Let's go. Let's get it done. There's no more excuses.
Thanks, Mo. I tend to agree that, sometimes it's about perception. And, Joe, sometimes whatever. I mean, Everybody Eats came right after Diggs left, and the whole year was about proving that Josh Allen didn't need a number 1, and Josh Allen's an MVP caliber quarterback, and then Josh wins the MVP. So, how we talk about Josh changes, and it's just about perception. It's just about narratives. While the teams don't really care about that, and they can say they don't care about that, there's no denying that if this defense has a mid-year, that more people will be calling about McDermott than maybe normally do. It's not game management anymore. He's pretty good at game management. It's not about punting and 2-point conversions. It's about, do you have answers against the teams in your way to win the Super Bowl? And in reality, against the Chiefs, they almost never have the answers. And against the Ravens, they didn't really have the answer. They got a little bit lucky in that game. The Ravens went up and down the field on them fairly easily. And they got out with a win. They won the turnover battle 3-0. 2 of those turnovers were gifts. So it's just to say, if this defense doesn't have the chops to get off the field on 3rd down and be top 10 in the league with this coach, with these investments, I just think that the noise gets a lot louder for him.
Well, the loudest it would get for me is because if he got tons of heat for 13 seconds, and not just. Well, actually, you know what? If you really think about it, the reaction to his defense is getting picked apart by Kansas City. The first time it happens in the playoffs, we feel good. We're on cloud 9. They made the AFC Championship game. We've arrived. Everyone felt pretty good after that, even though they lost. And then 13 seconds, so much more attention got paid to the game management decisions than the fact that the defense actually got torched. Not to say that they skated on that.
Yep.
They got blasted for the defense too. But I feel like the number one culprit at that was, what were you doing with the game management decisions?
Yep.
So we weren't as focused on the defense. And then the last 2 times they've lost, where the Chiefs have showed up and not elite level Chief offenses have showed up and picked you apart, it's kind of been a little bit of, well, you didn't have your linebackers. You didn't have everything at your disposal. And then last year it was, well, Benford got hurt right away, and you had to play Kyer Elam, and Hamlin was playing safety, and you couldn't really play the man coverage that you wanted because you didn't have the personnel for it. There has kind of been these built-in, and some of them have actually valid, excuses for why they haven't performed. Whereas if this happens where they invest everything in their defense, they make all these picks, I'm looking right now what they've done this offseason. They spent $32 million just for this year, first, second, third, fourth, sixth, all on the defense. If they do all of that, and it looks the exact same, then that's when the heat comes. Because now there's nothing else to look at. Now it's you had everything at your disposal. You didn't have your linebackers. No more you didn't have, Benford. They have 9 corners, I feel like they would trust more.
I'm glad you mentioned Benford, because in that $34 million, you know what you did not include?
This is just players they added.
Right, 3 extensions to guys you've identified as corner pieces.
Right.
In Benford, Rousseau, and Bernard.
Right. So if it were to happen again,
well,
it would be the loudest I think it's ever been about the defense specifically.
Right. For me, that's where this postseason might have changed things, and this year's Chiefs season might have changed things. The Chiefs' offense only looked good in one postseason game, and that was the game against the Bills. It was the only game they looked good. They did not look good against Houston. They did not. Who did they play before that? They had the bye. They played Houston, then the Bills, and the Eagles. They only looked good one time.
Yeah.
803-0550 was an offense that was gettable, and the Bills couldn't get them. So now we'll see. The Bills add all these defensive pieces, but the target always moves. I mean, I don't know if the Chiefs' offense will be as lackluster as it has been, or if you'll be trying to stop Cincinnati or Baltimore or whoever. 803-0550. A lot of things to like about the Bills draft. We're talking about it with you. A lot of questions to ask for Brandon Beane and Sal as well. Sal coming up at 8 and Brandon Beane at 8:30. Join us. We have open lines, wide open, here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwall Eye Care. They're online at atwalleye.com. When it comes to your vision, Atwall Eye Care can help you if you're suffering from cataracts or any real vision procedures you're considering. Atwall Eye Care is going to help. So you go to atwalleye.com to check out their event page, and what you see there is the upcoming events, whether it's a cataract lunch and learn or sight night. At Atwall Eye Care, official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills, you can get information. You get answers to your questions. Coming up next month, there's going to be a sight night where you can meet Dr. Atwall and the Atwall team, learn all about their vision correction options, including LASIK, PRK, refractive lens exchange, EVO ICL, cataract lunch and learn, a couple of those coming up later in the spring as well. You can always make your own appointment and get your own consultation by going to atwalleye.com or giving them a call. So see the 716 more clearly, get taken care of. When it comes to your eyes, they age naturally. It's part of what happens, and Atwall Eye Care can make sure you're getting the best out of your vision. It's Atwall Eye Care, online at atwalleye.com, official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills.
The Bills draft class wrapped up on Saturday. Day 3 was headlined by defensive tackle Deion Walker in round 4, 330 pounds, 6'7". That was one of many defensive picks by the Bills in this draft, corners and defensive linemen. They did add a tight end in round 5, a tackle, offensive tackle in round 6, and a wide receiver in round 7. You can get more on the scoop on all these prospects at WGR550.com. Shedeur Sanders finally drafted on day 3. He goes to the Cleveland Browns after not being drafted on Thursday or Friday. To the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Connor Hellebuck pulled for the second consecutive game after the Blues win 5-1 over Winnipeg. That series is knotted up 2-2. Hurricanes and Capitals both take 3-1 series leads in their series with wins over the Devils and Canadiens. Oilers win in overtime with the Draisaitl goal over the LA Kings. The Amherst winning last night. They're up 2-0 in their series, first round of the AHL playoffs against Syracuse. Devin Levi with a shutout. Yuri Kulik scoring a goal, amongst others. And in the NBA playoffs last night, the Lakers fall after blowing a 9-point lead late to Minnesota. They're down 3-1 in their series. The Knicks win late on a controversial play against the Pistons. They are up 3-1 in their series. Those are Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado.
Browns draft 2 quarterbacks, Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. And along the way, if you were checked out on draft weekend, Shedeur Sanders got prank called like he was going to get drafted.
Yeah.
Pretty rough moment. Then it comes out that one of the people involved in prank calling Shedeur Sanders is the son of the Falcons defensive coordinator.
Yeah, Jeff Ulbrich.
That's the defensive coordinator. His son's name is Jax. So Jax Ulbrich is one of the pranksters calling Shedeur Sanders. And there were a number of NFL draft prospects who got prank called, including the Bills guy, the tackle. So the NFL's kind of looking into how numbers got leaked and what happened. So not great.
The Falcons sent out a statement saying that it was an open iPad, like an unlocked iPad that was on and open, that basically is where he got the number from.
Yeah, and the NFL is investigating that claim.
Yeah.
So not a great look.
Whatever you think of Sanders, like that was totally cruel. And did you see the video from Sanders' perspective?
Yeah.
Because he clearly went through it, right? And he's got a big ego, and he had his big draft room, right, with all the hats and everything. But he makes it to day 3, and you saw his reaction. Like at that point, he just wanted to be picked. So I think going undrafted would have been really embarrassing for him. And he kind of goes to a quarterback room where if you thought he was going to go in day 3, he kind of has a shot there, right? He's not buried behind some franchise quarterback.
Yep.
That's going to be a 4-way quarterback competition in Cleveland, just wide open. It's a weird quarterback room, but I think it's a 4-way competition. They drafted another kid, Dylan Gabriel, in the 3rd round, I think.
Oregon, yeah.
Yeah.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. We're talking about the Bills draft class and looking around, draft grades. You might think draft grades are absurd on a day like today because we don't see with the players. I saw Kevin Cole, Unexpected Points, Substack and podcast, made the point that this actually is when to draft the grades, or when to grade the drafts, rather. This is the time because the information you have is the draft boards and consensus and positional value, and then if you do it 3 years from now, then it's like, oh, that was a good pick in the 6th round, which
it's revisionist history.
A little bit. Grading at that point, there is some value. How was your draft? But, if put it this way, if Shedeur Sanders ends up being great, do the Browns deserve credit? They drafted another quarterback in front of him. So there's obviously not an expectation that he will be successful. To some degree.
Right. What's more useful? The grades the day after, or the redraft 4 years later said, if we redraft this, the Jets would have picked Brock Purdy 3rd overall, actually.
Right. Oh, actually, the Patriots draft of Tom Brady was the best draft of all time. Oh, okay. I guess we should have known that in the moment that was a great pick.
Although they should get some credit for that, right? Like
no,
the Bills, none. The Bills shouldn't get any credit for drafting Benford in round 6.
Not really.
No,
not really.
So it's just random.
I want to say like the first 3 rounds, I'll give you something. Past that, it's everybody picking a scratch-up ticket off the floor and like, ooh, mine won. Oh, cool. It's a raffle late in the draft.
If you drafted a guy in round 6 of our rookie dynasty draft coming up in a couple of months, and he hits, you're not going to want credit for that?
I should deserve credit, yes. I'll take that. 803-0550. Thanks for joining us here on WGR. Sal, top of the hour, and Brandon Bean at 8:30.
To bring home the point about how much more the Bills have invested in defense this offseason than offense, I just went through and added up the draft value points for each side of the ball for what the Bills spent. Money-wise, I mean, it's definitely in favor of defense. It's $33 million total for 2025 on defense, $10 million total on offense. For new players, this is just new players.
Okay.
Draft value points, the Bills spent 1,460 draft value points on defense. They spent 32 on offense.
And that's counting like special teams guys as offense.
Yeah.
Probably.
Right, like the receiver would be more likely to play on special teams. I mean, there's a couple defensive players there too, but it's mostly that their first 5 picks were all defensive players. 1,460 defense, 32 for offense.
Yeah.
Defense better be good.
803-0550. Caden Prather. You may not
I did watch some highlights.
Okay. You may not have heard of Caden Prather before. I had heard of Caden Prather.
Maryland.
Yeah, 6'3", 204, and fast. So he's big. Maybe special teams. Maybe your new Mac Hollins. I had heard of Caden Prather because he was there was a dynasty trade in one of my leagues where Jonathan Mingo got traded. And I went to see what Jonathan Mingo's value was on the draft value chart, and he was not listed. And I know that because as I scrolled to the bottom of the chart, I saw and even mentioned to the group in the chat, hey, Jonathan Mingo's not listed, but there is someone by the name of Caden Prather, who is the last listed asset in Dynasty Fantasy Football before he's drafted. Now he's on the Bills. So there you go. Caden Prather. I knew all about him, Joe. Fantasy football, making us smarter every day.
I liked the highlights. He makes guys miss.
Okay.
At least he did it. He did it at Maryland.
He made a lot of NFL teams miss him in the draft.
Once upon a time, there was a day 3 pick out of Maryland that turned into a pretty good Buffalo Bill.
That's right.
They didn't pick him. He didn't have an NFL comparison, by the way, from NFL.com.
Okay.
Like, they didn't put him as one. I mean, they had him as like a high-level practice squad player, which I don't know that anyone's out there power ranking how good the practice squad players are. But
Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Hey, I like the show this morning. I agree with you on a lot of stuff you're talking about. One of the things I noticed, I thought we kind of reached by giving up our second-round pick just to get the one guy when there still were some well-quality guys, if not some of them better than the guy that we got, and we gave up a pick. But, you know, one of the things, guys, in the last few years since McDermott's been here, no matter who's been our defensive coordinator, by Game 5, Game 6 of the season, it seems like all the teams that we need to beat seem to already have our number, and they torch the living daylights out of our secondary, and it could be our running game, and usually it's from injuries or what have you. And I agree, this should be McDermott's year, either put up or shut up on the defense, but I'm hoping we're not coming back with the same schemes that everyone seems to figure out pretty quickly. And, yeah, our offense is rolling, but our defense can't shut anything down when it comes time to be needed.
Thanks, Dennis. You're right. It's time to get the job done defensively. The good news is, like, this draft isn't just for this year. I mean, listen, this is the nature of the draft, and this is why, you know, do I want more receivers and more attention paid to receiver? Of course. But if they build themselves a complete defense, that'll last for like 2-3 years. You know, staying good defensively is hard to do. It is very difficult to maintain a top 5 defense year over year over year because of salary cap constraints, guys leaving. Like the Eagles, who just got to Mahomes like crazy, lost a bunch of the guys that did it. And they start over again a little bit, keep some pieces, let some leave. And the Bills, I always felt like the point about the transition that they were going through, the transition was about leadership and Diggs and defense, the safety transition. They're transitioning off a defense that was built primarily on the back end. Mm-hmm. And now this group looks like, sure, you've got your Benford piece and Bishop last year, but this defense looks like it might want to be built more from the front end, from defensive line, linebackers. You've just addressed that need again and again and again. 2 pieces, 3 pieces in free agency, and 5 pieces in the draft.
Right. I mean, they threw a lot at the secondary in this draft, right? Like, I don't know where Hancock's going to end up playing. I don't think he'll end up playing on defense much right away, but they described him as a nickel and a safety, maybe like a little bit like Cam Lewis.
Yep, which I like that. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's a round 5 pick. I mean, that's where Taron Johnson got drafted, so you cross your fingers and hope.
To me, the idea of a nickel corner / safety instead of an outside corner is actually the perfect pick in that spot because Taron Johnson, I mean, he's not that old, but he's been banged up a little bit, and they could use a little bit of depth in the safety room.
I mean, if Hairston is good right away, it could be a defense that it'll be different in how it's good, how it's great from the original McDermott defenses, where safety was once your best position, and I could see them this year turning into a great defense where safety is their worst position. Yeah. Easily, right?
I think it already was.
If Hairston hits, you have 3 good corners, you have 2 good linebackers, and then if you get even half of the defensive linemen that you've invested in this offseason to be good players for you, even half, then your defensive line is really good too. And it'll be, okay, safety is pretty good at best, maybe even just okay. But it doesn't matter because everything else around them is solid.
803-0550. Sal coming up at 8. More of your calls. Brandon Bean at 8:30 on WGR. Boy, yesterday was so beautiful.
Gorgeous out.
Going to be great today. Tuesday, winds gusting like 40s.
Yeah. So do your outdoor stuff today.
Yeah. I thought you liked to golf when the wind's 40 miles an hour.
I do, but not when it's thundering and lightning out, too.
Okay. Just wind. Thunder's...
Also, 40's a bit much.
Oh, all right.
10, fine. Just enough to make me think about it. Change the strategy. 40 is just you can't play.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. So hope you got outside and had a good time outside as the weather gets warmer. We'll talk with Sal Capaccio coming up top of the hour. There's some news in the NFL. Looks like the Commanders are about to announce a new stadium deal. So that'll come down today, and we'll get you more NFL news and notes as we go along. Quick segment here, a break to get a full segment with Sal on everything we learned from the Bills on their draft class, and then Brandon Bean at 8:30. So join us on YouTube, on the air here, on the app, wherever you watch us. Thanks for being a part of this. Thanks for everyone that came to our draft parties on Thursday and Friday. We had a great time. Do it again next year, and probably be talking about the wide receiver train next year in the draft too. But that's great. That's great. It's the gift that keeps on giving, Joe. That's the silver lining. I get to do it again next year. We just came out with a shirt.
Yes, just a shirt.
We're ready.
Right, if they drafted the receiver, then shirt sales would plummet.
This is like the Red Sox trying to win a World Series. Once they do it, it's over.
Yeah.
All right, Sal coming up. More of your phone calls as well here on WGR.
For the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're thinking about that next pre-owned vehicle, let me tell you all about Riverfront and why going to Riverfront makes sense. One, when you buy a vehicle from Riverfront, you can ask about the WOW warranty. You get guaranteed credit approval. And, of course, it's a family that's been in the business for generations. They know where the deals are. When you want to find a vehicle, rather than spend a nice day like today walking around lots, just call Riverfront or go to their website and fill out the information for Find My Car. They will go to work for you. And at Riverfront, that means saving tens of thousands of dollars because the pre-owned route is going to save you lots of money. And they know where to find the deals. They'll find a better deal than you will. They've done it for me. I've kind of known what I've needed each time I've needed my last 3, 4, 5 vehicles from Marty. It's, something to tow a camper or a boat or a bigger car because we've got an expanding family. And with Marty's help, I'm finding exactly what I'm looking for. So you can do the same. 886-1626. That's 886-1626. Give them a call at Riverfront. Get guaranteed credit approval. Get the WOW warranty. It's all available at Riverfront Auto Sales. 886-1626.
The Bills draft wraps up on Saturday. They're day 3, 4, 5, and 6. Rounds 4, 5, and 6 with a headline of Deion Walker, defensive tackle from Kentucky, 6'7", 330 pounds. He was a guy who got 7.5 sacks 2 years ago for Kentucky. We'll talk more about him and the other prospects with Sal Capaccio coming up next, and then Brandon Beam at 8:30. The Bills, highlight of their draft is the first 5 picks all on defense. They got a couple of offensive players at the end, a tight end, an offensive tackle, and wide receiver, but definitely the theme was the defensive side of the football. To the Stanley Cup playoffs over the weekend, Washington over Montreal, Carolina over New Jersey, both to take 3-1 series leads. The Blues even up the series with Winnipeg, 5-1. They chased Connor Hellebuck from the net from the second consecutive game. Oilers tie it up with the Kings in their series with an overtime win. They scored with 30 seconds to go to tie it, and then Draisaitl scored in overtime to win it. In the NBA, the Lakers blow a late 9-point lead to lose to the Timberwolves, and they now trail 3-1 in that series. The Knicks hang on, got a controversial late call to go in their favor. So the Knicks are up 3-1 now on the Pistons. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Busy weekend for Mr. Sal Capaccio. I got an idea to make him judge and jury here on a quick little side mission. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning. How are you?
We're all right. Sal, I don't know if you remember or you heard this. Joe and I had a bet going into the draft. What do they take first, linebacker or running back? And they didn't take either. So it's a wash, but I wonder if you will declare a tiebreaker here. I'm looking at the UDFAs they brought in. They brought in a linebacker. They did not bring in a running back. I win.
I don't think it. Deal? Undrafted. Come on. The bet was who's
What
drafted.
is the draft? What was the bet? Was the bet draft or was the bet just add to the roster?
The exact letter.
What if they would have signed a free agent?
They did. They just signed a linebacker free agent.
But
what if they would have traded for somebody? Would that have counted?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, right. Like it was. What do they bring in first, linebacker or running back? I was on linebacker. He was on running back.
I think it says what will the Bills draft earlier. UDFA stands for undrafted.
You know what? I think it goes to next year. Let's do it.
Actually, I think.
Let's go to next year.
Do we just leave it up there for the next year?
Yeah, it's up for a year. All right.
All right.
Good morning, Sal. Happy post-draft day. Big weekend, busy weekend, of course. You down there at One Bills Drive and everything going on. Hectic weekend.
Yeah.
And, the story of the draft is, of course, that the Bills, and it kind of fits in with their offseason, it's a fully rebuilt defense, really, here, right? Just the sheer numbers that they've added to their defense. They've locked in some cornerstone pieces, and the front seven gets a big-time overhaul here.
Yeah, I wrote an article at WGR550.com, and the way I started it was like Oprah handing out cars, Brandon Beane handing defensive players to his defensive coaching staff. You get a defender, and you get a defender, and you get a defender, right? And really, at the end of the day, I mean, it really was mostly, though, defensive line and corner, right? And then you do have a player that can play safety. He's more of a corner, but we'll see. I mean, he might play safety. It wasn't anything like he's coming in. We had that big safety discussion. That never happened. They didn't try to replace what they have there. We had the wide receiver discussion. That never happened. They didn't try to replace what they have there. This was a clear focus by Brandon Beane. Ever since the beginning of the offseason, we have been kind of we've been kind of told that they were going to concentrate heavily on defense. I think maybe even to the surprise of me, 6 out of the first 7 players go on the defensive side of the ball. But I think this was a clear message by Brandon Beane. Listening to him after the draft, even talk about what was his quote? His quote was, I didn't feel the offense was what held us back in the playoffs, essentially, or in games, right? I mean, it's a pretty interesting quote when it comes time to analyze everything, and that's why they went defensive heavy.
So they go defensive heavy for Sean McDermott's defense and Bobby Babbich's defense. So let's go through the picks. We'll real quickly recapping Max Hairston, what they like from him for the first round, and then we'll go on to day 2, where they go defensive lineman twice, which is something you'd been saying for a while, like corner and 2 defensive linemen in the first 3 picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have. For about a month, I've been saying 2 defensive linemen and a corner. I didn't know what order. And to be quite honest with you, I was a bit surprised because I had the Bills drafting the defensive lineman first. But that being said, you don't know what their board looks like, and they wind up going with the corner first. I was confident that they would go 2 defensive linemen in a corner, but not necessarily the order. And really, Jeremy, I think that Maxwell Harrison's a really interesting pick for me when I go back and think about it, because we've talked about how he's not the specific mold of what the Bills normally have at the position. They like to have a guy who could be a little more physical, hold up against the run. That's not really what he is. Brandon Beane, though, said it's not for lack of effort. He's a little bit smaller. He'll get better at that. They'll do that. So I understand that part of it. You know what 2 words come to mind, though, for this draft for me, and I think it really goes to him here a lot. Fit and swing. I think the Bills drafted guys that fit. I'm not going to say need. Yes, need is run. I don't want to use that word, though. The word I want to use is fit. These guys fit what the Bills do, and or they're big swings. I think Maxwell Harrison is a swing. I think this kid could be, like, his ceiling is really, really high. But I also wonder, like, is he going to be able to stay on the field and play and do what they need him to do and in critical moments, because teams are going to try and, bully him a little bit. Like, this is really fascinating for me to see where this goes. So really interesting for him. I think he's a big swing. I'm not saying it's bad or good. I think it's a really interesting pick because I think there's a wide range of outcomes here for him. I think with TJ Sanders in the second round, when I talk about fit, this is a player a lot of people mock to the Bills. He just fits what they do. He's the type of player that they usually bring in here on the defensive line. And the same thing with Landon Jackson. I mean, if you looked up, like, prototypical guy the Bills love and want to have on their defensive line, there's a picture of Landon Jackson, right? I mean, how many people said this is a guy that truly fits the Buffalo Bills? He has a body just like Greg Rousseau, and he has a motor, and he is super intelligent, and he's a guy, to me, that is going to play in this league a long time. And I do think he has a really high ceiling, but at the very least, I think he has a super high floor.
Another word I've seen used this weekend, Sal, is their defense was looking for juice.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. And that goes back to, I'll say swing. Juice is a good word, and that's what it is. I mean, they drafted guys. We know they like traits, and they've gone with traits before with guys like Tremaine Edmonds, and we could say however that turned out. I mean, maybe didn't translate to the exact, production everybody hoped for, but Tremaine was a good player for them. He signed a really big contract in free agency. That tells you that. They've mostly gone for traits, though. Greg Rousseau is a traits guy like that. But on the offensive side, of course, Josh Allen with the traits, and Spencer Brown with traits, and even Tommy Doyle is no longer on the team. But he was that athletic freak. Chase Lunt, an athletic freak of an offensive lineman. They like guys like that, right? This is, on the defensive side, them doing that in a number of different ways. And the juice is certainly there with guys like Max Hairston, guys like Landon Jackson. I think Deion Walker has a lot of juice. Very interesting pick. He's a super big guy who you say, and I wrote as soon as they drafted him, there's your one technique. That's because of the size he has. He's going to play some one technique. But really, at Kentucky, he moved all around. And this is a 334-pound man who is very athletic and moved around. And I'm interested to see how the Bills use him. He's got to play a little lower if they're going to play him at the one technique. But part of the reason that he wasn't playing as low last year is the back injury that they really didn't know he was really suffering from until later in the year. And, you listen to Brandon Beane, he said, if it wasn't for that and the way he played last year, because of that, he might have been a first or second round pick after 2023.
Yeah. Walker and Sanders, if I almost pair them together here, Sal, because Walker, like, the comparison I've seen the most for him is actually Jordan Phillips. In fact, I think someone brought that up in the press conference with Beane, that Phillips is a comparison for him because of his pass rush ability. And it's different body types, but does it feel like now at that position the Bills have, maybe Oliver would be the one just because of his size, like you would never want to put him, I think, at one technique, but otherwise Beane's talked about Sanders can do both and Walker can do both, and even though they're different body types, I feel like the Bills were going for a certain versatility at that position.
Which they really love, right, Joe? We know that. I mean, Bills love versatility. The guys that can play one tech, three tech, guys that can play outside corner and have some flexibility to play nickel. We saw that with some of the draft picks. They love their versatility in the offensive line. We know that as well. So yeah, you're right. That's typically right. And even the guy I had them mock to take, Tyleik Williams, like he would be a one technique, but he would be able to play both spots. I just think that that's the nature of football, though. Now it's not unique to the Bills, right? I mean, you watch teams and you watch college football now. So many of these pass rush packages these teams have. You don't get these. Austin Collins, the kid from Florida, right, who's this monstrous 400-pounder. You don't get guys just like that all the time anymore. It's mostly guys who, yes, they have these different bodies types and they can basically, go and play all along the defensive line.
Those linemen, because Harrison, I think everyone knows, like, he'll compete for a job with Trey White and all the other corners that they brought in. Like, there's a path for him to play. Do you see a clear path for all three of those defensive linemen between rounds 2 and 4 to play meaningful snaps this season?
Yeah, by the way, I said Austin. I think it's Alfred Collins, right?
Yeah, Alfred Collins, right.
Yeah, Alfred Collins, sorry. Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, like, you look at the numbers. I think that, right, what our job is to project here, right? It's my job, it's your job. We talk about, but there's so much time between now and then. And there's got to be a lot of stuff that's got to get sorted out. We know Larry Ogunjobi has a 6-game suspension. Let's just take the defensive tackle group for a second. Take Larry Ogunjobi out. You only have 6 guys there now. Zion Logue is your 7th, but let's just, I think Zion Logue is probably more of a long shot because you have 2 drafted guys all within the first 4 rounds. They're making the team. It'd be a stunner if Walker or Sanders didn't make the team, obviously. That's going to happen. And then you have Oliver, Jones, and Carter. That's 5 guys right there. Now, it is possible a guy like Deion Walker, at the end of training camp, the Bills said they're going to take him slow. You could put a guy now, you don't have to do the parking lot cut. You could put a guy on short-term IR on that last day. Maybe he doesn't get fully back to where you want him. Brandon Beane said that, they're going to take it slow with him, but he could play a game right now, but they're going to take it slow with him. Does that indicate that maybe once you get through training camp, does that mean he's automatically on the team, or is there another spot now with the new rules, the way you could do that? So I just think about things like that. That being said, Joe, I mean, yeah, there's spots here for guys to play. I mean, the Bills, they rotate 4 defensive linemen, 4 defensive tackles, and sometimes 5. So I see a lot of opportunity here for guys to be able to come in and play. And then you got to figure out what happens when Ogunjobi comes back, but that's 6 weeks down the road, and a lot can happen between now and then.
Right, a lot of opportunity here for some of the young guys. Sal, later in the draft, they turn to big blocking tight end and offensive line, and even the receiver to this point. Special teams, right? There's going to be opportunity on special teams, and it looked like the second half of the draft, or the third of the draft, was about focusing in on that part of the roster.
Yeah, I agree, Jeremy. I'm going to say this, though. I'm going to make a prediction right now that, I think could very well happen. I think Jackson Hawes could be your new extra offensive lineman in place of Alec Anderson. And then you have a guy that actually can go out for a pass once in a while. This guy is a mean, violent human being on the football field. Not off the field. He's got an economics degree from Yale, by the way, okay? He's a super smart guy. But he talks about how he loves the violent part of football, wants to put his face mask underneath someone's chin strap and just drill them into the ground. This is a guy that can go out and he is your young Lee Smith, right? You know what I mean? Like a guy that could you're going to put him out there and say, just go block that guy and help us. And what did the Bills do? A ton of, more than any team in the league last year. Extra offensive lineman. And now that extra offensive lineman can actually be somebody who you can go out and leak out for a pass because everybody thinks he's going to come in and block. And then what happens to Alec Anderson? Alec Anderson fights for a job. Alec Anderson fights for a backup role that he's a main backup, and you could still use him in versatile ways. Maybe even fights for a starter. Not that they're looking to move on from, it would basically be David Edwards would be the most likely candidate he could compete with there. But I think Jackson Hawes is here not just for special teams. I think Jackson Hawes is going to be the team's extra offensive lineman.
The report on him is he is pretty much consensus the best blocking tight end in the draft.
Yep.
Like, it's not I don't know who second place is, but everyone agrees that's what this guy does.
And he'll also be 25 during the season, so this is not like a developmental player, I don't think, for the long term.
Right. I mean, like I said, he's had 5 years at Yale before transferring to Georgia Tech for a year, right? So he's been in college football for 6 years. Chase Lunt is one of these traits guys. He's 6'7", super athletic tight end. I think there's belief in the building that he could very well compete for one of the backup jobs. The Bills have all 10 of their main starting offensive linemen returning. But if you go beyond the top starting 5, Dawkins, Brown, McGovern, Torrance, and Edwards, you go beyond them, you have Alec Anderson, we just talked about, Tylon Grable, Ryan Vandermark, Cedric Van Pran Granger, and Richard Garage. I think he's absolutely in the mix to compete with one of those guys for a job on the actual 53-man roster. And then you get to the final pick of their draft, Caden Prather. Yeah, wide receiver finally comes in the form of a 7th-round pick. That's a special teams guy. If he's going to make the team, he's got to play special teams. Like, that's a 5th receiver who's got to play special teams, who does have a little bit of juice. He's a bigger guy that can move. I mean, he's got 4.4 speed, and his size, there's always a spot in the NFL to try, at least, to see if you can make it work with a guy who can run 4.4 at 6'2", 6'3".
The other day 3 pick, Sal, they had 2 more corners, although being described, Jordan Hancock is more of a nickel and maybe also a safety, which kind of sounded like maybe a little bit of what Cam Lewis does, but in a different body type. So I saw that and pair that with, obviously, Hairston in round 1. And do you feel like corner, as we get closer to training camp, and then once we're in training camp, both at the top and the bottom is going to end up being like the most competitive position? Because there are names there, veteran names. There are draft picks now, and like I'm looking at your chart for there's 76 players right now, and looking at corner. I mean, I see like 8 names at that position alone, not even including Lewis because he's listed at safety. That all might have a case to make the team right now.
Yeah, there's 10 names. And then Lewis is 11, right? And he's your main backup nickel. He's listed as a safety because that's where he's listed on the roster and what he plays as well. Taron Johnson, Christian Benford, Max Hairston. I think right now they'd probably be the most, Johnson and Benford are going to start. You'd probably say, okay, you think Hairston's going to win the job. He's the first-round pick. Doesn't have to be, though. He's going to be competing with Tre'Davious White, Dane Jackson, Jamarcus Ingram is in the mix, obviously. And now you bring in Jordan Hancock and Dorian Strong. Oh, by the way, we know the Bills love to develop guys and say, give them a shot. That's what's happened with Jamarcus Ingram. That's what's happened with Cam Lewis. And here's Daquan Hardy, who last year was close to winning the return man job, and he actually played pretty well and was not even just a nickel guy. He actually played some outside in training camp. Here's to Corey Couch, who played a little bit in the nickel last year during training camp. This is going to be super competitive. I agree with you. We'll see where it goes. I'm interested in the Jordan Hancock pick for what you said, Joe. He does seem just like a Cam Lewis player. Is it a Cam Lewis replacement? I wouldn't go that far. What I would say is maybe then you have an opportunity for Cam Lewis and Jordan Hancock to one be the backup nickel, the other be a backup safety. So that Cam Lewis doesn't have to do everything, if that makes sense, right? And you have room for that because now you can, maybe someone gets pushed off the roster. Is that where DeMar Hamlin now, he has to fight and say, okay, we know it's not for sure that he would make the roster. Maybe your safeties are Rapp, Bishop, Derek Forrest, and Cam Lewis, and then your backup nickel is Hancock, or maybe another safety is Hancock, and your backup nickel is still Cam Lewis. I think there's ways for this to sort out. Of course, you'll get into training camp and you'll see how this all goes. It's super interesting to me. And then I do think that because Hancock has some safety flexibility, that is, notable because we did talk a lot about safety. They're very comfortable, as I said, guys, with what they have in Rapp and Bishop, but it is another guy that they can add to the mix.
Sal Capaccio. Sal, obviously, the thing we've not yet gotten to is the lack of receiver. 7th-round pick is just, like you said, throwing something at special teams. First question is, would you expect them to add somebody? Is Amari Cooper on the radar? Is Elijah Moore on the radar? Because, say what you will about receiver, 2 guys left and 1 came in. So they're down from last year's numbers, regardless of how you felt about last year's team, where Jalen Virgil or Tyrell Shavers here or Laviska Shenault are elevated into the Mac Hollins role if Palmer takes over the Cooper role. Do you think they will add somebody at this point?
Well, reportedly, they have 3 undrafted free agents also joining this group. So that would be, 12 total? I think they have 9 right now. Mm-hmm. That would be 12. I think they generally bring 13, 14 to camp. So you could say there might be a spot for somebody. Guys, I'm going to be super honest with you. I don't see anybody that has, a name like that adding right now. Could it happen in the future? Yes. I mean, I was told a long time ago, and it always resonated with me, that veterans like that, veterans you're talking about, Amari Cooper, there's a Keenan Allen out there, Elijah Moore, right? Guys like that, they're going to keep themselves in shape. They're going to be ready. So if you need to call on them, you can call on them. They're going to come in. They've played in multiple systems. You don't have to bring them in right away. You're going to have Brandon Beane on in a little while. I'm sure you're going to talk about this. Here's my read of it, though, and what I would say. I think the Bills, as we've talked about, for right or wrong, people can say that this shouldn't be the way they approach it. I think the Bills are very comfortable with what they have right now, but it's a wait-and-see approach, and that wait-and-see is going to be, let's make sure we're comfortable with it. Let's not bring in somebody now to take away from snaps and opportunity and development through the summer for, let's see, whoever you want to say, even Keon Coleman and Joshua Palmer working with Josh Allen and Curtis Samuel getting more reps and Tyrell Shavers, all those guys. But if we're not comfortable in 2 months from now and we need somebody at training camp, we feel we don't have enough, we can turn to a veteran. That's the way I read it. So, yes, do I think they're going to add, Jeremy? Probably one or two, but maybe not now after the UDFAs. I don't think it closes the door on doing it eventually for a guy that maybe people are thinking about.
Well, last year they added MVS and Claypool, and there were all these buy low, maybe they'll pop ideas. And Sal, they don't even have that guy right now, unless you're talking UDFAs, which to me is not a realistic conversation. I mean, it's puzzling. I get it. They had a good offense last year, but for a couple of years, it's not even about the players they've had. Even when Diggs was on the team, they were light at the position. They are thin again. And that's where I wonder, like a Cooper or an Elijah Moore or someone like that, because you just went how many defensive backs deep? And at receiver, you get to like the fourth receiver, and it is troublesome.
Well, to your point, and this is timing, right, Sal? Because a lot of why Cooper, I brought this up earlier, Cooper and Allen, a couple of the names you mentioned. Maybe part of the reason they haven't signed yet is they want to see what teams do first. Like, let me pick out a team that maybe didn't get what they wanted in the draft, and I'll go have my agent call them. Because last year, right, the Bills had a couple of veterans. When did they sign Chase Claypool? On May 3rd. When did they sign MVS? They signed him on May 14th. So it almost feels like those low-level veteran signings where they'll compete for a spot in camp, that kind of gets going now, I feel like, or in the next month.
I agree, and you bring up a good point, Joe. Both sides have to agree, right? It's not just the Bills saying, I want to bring this guy in. If you're one of these guys we're all talking about, you look at the roster and you say, what's really my opportunity there? Let's see where the Bills are. Now, you could feel, I can definitely beat these guys out. That's right. But you have to think about, as I always say, what do the Bills feel about it? I don't think the Bills feel that they could bring somebody in right now that's going to just be over, one of their top four receivers. So I think the Bills probably feel, okay, let's see where this goes. And if we need to go out and get somebody, I think this comes down to another point here, guys, right? And I know this might be a little bit pie in the sky asking, because you're like, okay, well, what are the chances of that? I think a lot of this comes down to the Bills really expect a big jump, from last year from Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid and Curtis Samuel, both all in health and production, right? Health and production. I think a lot of this comes down to what they feel the projection is from last year to this year for those guys, both in health and production. And again, that's three guys, right? What are the chances they're all going to be making a jump and staying healthy and being more productive? But even if you get two out of the three, I think they kind of get them to where they think that they can be.
Well, the question for Bean, what we're going to have next segment is, relative to their peers, they do not invest in the position, period. Right? Mm-hmm. Would you even dispute that? That relative to their peers, you had teams with full receiver rooms that love the guys, that think the next guy's going to pop, and they drafted him anyway. So whether it's a decision or if it's just, Bean kind of said the way the board fell, it was never really there for them, where the top guy was a receiver on the board. So to me, it looks like relative to the league, they undervalue it as much as anybody.
I would say it does look like that for sure, and I'm interested in his response. I paused because I'm thinking, what is Brandon Bean going to say?
Right.
He's probably going to tell you how they're second in the league in points scored. They set a franchise record, had the league MVP at quarterback.
That's right. That's not the answer to the question, though. That's a different answer to to a direct question. So we'll see what he has to say.
I get it, and I get it. I understand. To wrap up, though, this discussion of receivers, I know you guys got to go to Brandon. I wouldn't close the door on somebody later on, but I think this is the group they're going to roll with and see what they have here for a couple months.
All right. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10 o'clock. Brandon Bean, Bills GM, when we get back here on WGR.
Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 28th. Once you join our team, you'll receive an email. Pick up your team t-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. If you're not a rider, you can still support our cause by donating to our team. Help us reach our goal of $10,000 before the ride. Visit WGR550.com for details.
Right back to it here. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Beautiful day out there. Talking about the Bills draft, and joining us on the Western Hotline is Buffalo Bills General Manager Brandon Beane, who had a busy weekend, a lot of hours logged. Brandon, we had 2 draft parties, so we're kind of tired too. You know, we were up late with you in the first round and the second round. It's a busy weekend for you.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, how so?
Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show, and you got to have something to bitch about. But bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
Okay. I mean, I wish you'd listened to the 2 hours and 25 minutes before that, because there's plenty of things we do like about your draft, and I find it curious the energy you're coming at us with, but I mean that's your choice.
I get it. I'm just like, let's be realistic. Our job is not to have. It's not fantasy football, like to trot out the best receivers. You got Josh Allen. First thing you got to do is protect him. You can't have everything. You can't have Pro Bowl wide receivers and have a Pro Bowl offensive line and an All-Pro quarterback and 3 great running backs. Like you gotta pick. Sure, I'd love to play fantasy football, but there's one football, Jeremy. There's one ball. You can't give it to but so many people. So that's where I'm like, I don't understand this narrative. I felt it a little bit from a couple of the reporters and the thing. Like, our job is to score points. It doesn't matter what receivers, what quarterback, what. If you score points at the level we scored, that is winning football.
No doubt about it. Something that we've said quite a bit. 30 points per game, a good offense last year, an incredible offensive line, a good run game. You did lose 2 receivers and add 1. I mean, many out there thought you might add another one. I was going to save the receiver conversation till after we talk defense, but if you want to go there first, I mean, it's fine. I think you've got some nice pieces there. Keon Coleman hopefully can take a step forward, and Curtis Samuel, we saw his season get kind of cut short or whatever, off to a bad start due to injuries. So you definitely have some pieces there. When it comes to that position, one of the things that the draft does, Brandon, I think you see all these teams add all these things, and I know like the board falls how the board falls. The reason I finished up with Sale the way that I did was I see lots of teams that are kind of flush at that position still adding a few more pieces. And one place that I don't think you would even dispute is it's a place to save money. I mean, from a market efficiency, the wide receiver position gets expensive, and adding in the draft is a place to get some cheap options. So that's part of the reason that I kind of focused on it a little bit, is just because it seems like it's smart business to maybe add some there.
Well, it could be, for sure. You want to do that anywhere, just like corner is as well, which we did that, or defensive line, defensive tackle in particular. So, yeah, you can only get after as you get to a certain point on the board, you're going, all right, how does this guy help? But, yeah, listen, if there was a guy when we picked at the first round that we're like, yes, this guy's dynamic, he's going to fit here, we would have turned it in. In the second round, we would have done it. We went up and got TJ. Like, we weren't dodging receiver. We were going in, hey, we had the guys stacked where it was. I didn't think it was the deepest class.
Sure.
I'll say that. But, yeah, if it would have worked out, I would have gladly done it. But I'm trying to make sure we got the best team, not the best receiving core.
That's great. If that's the case, it seems a little odd to be upset at people that think that adding a receiver made sense. You just kind of make the point there that if it had lined up on the board, you would have done it.
Yeah, best players. Like, that's what would. But Jeremy, you can't go into a draft unless you got a major hole there. And I'm looking again at our receiving core, and you guys forget you're not counting like Dalton Kincaid.
We are
a receiving tight end. Like, you gotta include that in there. Just the way the Kansas City Chiefs count Travis Kelce or some of these other teams count their guys. Detroit counts Sam Laporta, like George Kittle, and like you name them, those types of tight ends that are receiving threats, those guys count in your mix too. You can throw them the ball.
That's right. We do count them.
Yeah,
we talk about them a lot. Yep.
Well, and you mentioned the hole there, Brandon, and that's why I wasn't thinking about this for first round, but I'm wondering from your standpoint in the organization how big a hole you feel Mac Hollins left, and what you believe in your internal group now you could do to replace that, because that was a player that played a lot of snaps and a lot of blocking and special teams and the veteran presence. So that was, to me, the part of receiver for me was always figuring out how big a hole is that, and how big do you feel like it could already be filled by the guys you already have?
Yeah, I mean, I would say last year at this time, you guys weren't bragging about Mac Hollins man, look what the Bills got. I would say you guys were probably, and I wasn't listening to your show, but probably like counting him, like most people, as a special teams player that will play receiver, not a receiver that plays special teams. And I think Mac and our system, the way we do things, I got the questions last year. Hey, you moved on from Stephon Diggs. What are you doing? I totally understood that, and I just said, well, we'll have to see. Like, we have to show it. I guess where I don't understand is we just showed it with the way we want to run our offense and the way we want to do things, that formula can work as well. There's not just one way to skin a cat here. And Josh Palmer, I think you guys are forgetting, Josh Palmer is a good player, and he's going to help us a lot. And he's a young player, and I believe he has helped us upgrade our receiving core this year. I don't know. Again, I haven't been listening to your show earlier, to your point, or other days, but let's don't forget adding Josh Palmer. We spent some money there. We obviously paid Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel, hopefully, to Jeremy's point, hopefully he doesn't start out nicked up the way he did. I thought he finished strong for us. Hopefully that's the guy we get. But if he's your fourth receiver, that's pretty good. So I'm not sure at some point in the draft where you're adding that you're going, man, he's better than that.
Josh Palmer, another signing we did like. I mean, I feel like the solution is just listen a little bit more. We're not the haters you might think we are. But Brandon, let's get to some of your defensive picks and the way the board did fall. We know Max Hairston was the first pick you made in the first round, and then defensive tackle and defensive end. So it sure looks like the mission going in. Again, you do a lot of the board falls and you do what you can, but you wanted a revamped front seven.
Yeah, we thought, Jeremy, when we stack the board, and again, I'll say stacking the board, in February you really start honing in on where you feel the depths are. And you still got to get through the next couple months of getting to know these guys, their fit on and off the field, their intelligence, and then the medical. I mean, every year there's guys that we get a couple weeks out and we finally meet with the docs and they start pulling some guys off the board that medically don't fit. But, the board stayed deep, and I think that's the only reason Deion Walker is still hanging around in the fourth round, is because a lot of teams, were hitting D-line, and then they started pivoting elsewhere, and we're just like, man, this guy's still sticking out on our board. We got to go get him. And, so it really is how the board fell to do that, but we thought we would be able to at least add, 2 or 3, and we got 4.
That position, Deion Walker, TJ Sanders, both you talked about in your press conferences being able to kind of play both spots at defensive tackle. Do you see that position more and more as guys aren't really, one or the other, that maybe you would even say this about your whole roster or almost the entire thing, that all those guys can do both?
You'd like them to. You love the versatility piece. I mean, sometimes you do have a guy like you're not going to play this guy when you can help it on third down. But, we joke internally here, the offense is allowed to pass on first. So it's actually one of the most strategic things to do is pass on first down if you've got the arsenal to do that. And so we want guys that are not just what we call a two-down slug in the middle, and that's what I think these guys give you. They got the versatility to stop the run, but also to get after the pass, and that's where I think it's almost like Deion is more like a 1 to 3, but he's got more rush than most ones, and TJ is probably more 3 to 1, he's more rush than anchor.
Bills GM Brandon Beane joining us here on the Wester Hotline. One thing that looks like another theme throughout is you drafted a good number of players that you guys had in for visits. So maybe that speaks to the importance of you forming relationships with these players and identifying fits from a personality or a football standpoint, not just fits schematically, but the kind of people you want to bring in?
Yeah, definitely. Jeremy, I would say, that's just another layer that helps you get to know them because, you mostly know them just watching them on film. Some of these guys we do get to meet with at the Senior Bowl. I was unable to make the Senior Bowl this year. I watched the film, but I felt like I was a little bit behind. And then you meet these guys in Indy, but it's truly like speed dating there. It's 15 minutes a person. You get 45 options there. So when you get them here on these 30s, you can spend as much time with them as you want. And I think at that point you really feel like you know them as well as you're going to know anybody. And so when it works out to the board, sometimes you lean to that way if it's close. Some years it works out more than others. This year, I think, to your point, it definitely worked out.
What about what you ended up adding a corner, Brandon? Thinking about, for me, when I was seeing those picks, I was thinking about the end of last year and maybe options that you would have liked to have at that position or Sean would have liked to have at that position. And now seeing the list of young guys and players that had been here before, was there any, not hold back about drafting more of them on day 3, but just giving yourself as many options at corner than maybe you would have had last year?
Yeah, I mean, that was probably, being candid, that was probably the going into the draft, the spot felt like, man, we need to hit somebody here in the first 2 days. Like, we need to find someone. And you don't want to go in with needs and still want to let the board fall. And I do think if Harrison was not there, I was kind of tracking it. I do think we would have had an option on day 2 to get one. You always kind of look, all right, what would you have gone there if you could have? But, once we got to day 3, Dorian Strong was the best player on our board. It wasn't like we were like, hey, we got to get another one. And we just feel like he's a guy that, again, adds versatility. Outside player first. We think he does have a nickel skill set. Also a guy that, the way he plays his game should translate to, fourth down and special teams.
Bills GM Brandon Beane. On day 3, has special teams become a bigger conversation, especially with the way that the league is changing?
Yeah, it definitely does. This kickoff rule, Jeremy, you got to have enough cover guys, and that gets into the receiver too. Like, what's the guy? Some of these guys were like, hey, we can add them, but if we're healthy, we're not going to be able to get them a jersey because we got to have. Again, we had Mac last year who played some special teams roles, but so we got to make sure. Whether it's a Jordan Hancock, a Dorian Strong, these guys that they do have some fourth down value, or they're gonna find themselves inactive on game day.
Bills GM Brandon Beane. Before I let you go, Brandon, I just want to ask you the question I said I was going to ask you with Sal. I mean, I'm sorry if it bothers you, but I just want to know, like, would anyone thinking that you value receiver less than some other teams in the league, would that be incorrect? You do not think that is the case?
Yeah, that's not correct.
Okay.
What I value is good football players and good football teams and how they're built. And you just can't. The game is not fantasy football. I know the world is. Everyone knows receivers, quarterbacks, and running backs. I want to be strong up front. I want to have a quarterback, and then I want to score points. I want to keep the other team from scoring points, and I want to score a bunch of points. If we can protect the ball the way we did last year, we had 8 turnovers. A plus 24 margin. We've led the league the last 2 seasons in fewest sacks, which helps Josh Allen. If we can do that and score another season with, lead the league in points, I'll be thrilled at the end of the year.
We will be thrilled as well. I would say I don't think it's fantasy football. I'm just looking at the way that the league pays positions, running backs, tight ends, guards, tackles, receivers, linebackers. Like there appears to be a hierarchy of positional needs. Quarterback is at the top. So when I ask that question, I'm not asking from a fantasy football standpoint. I'm looking at franchise tags. I'm looking at draft capital. I'm looking at all that with regard to positional values. And forget receiver. I mean, would you have a positional hierarchy at least? Of course.
Yeah, but there's one football, Jeremy, and that's where I would say you have to be careful too. You can only feed so many guys. You can get frustration. It's a position where you see it across the league, and there are teams with, people would argue are definitely better than our receiving core, but they don't score as many points, and they don't have the same success. Some of them don't protect well.
Yep.
Some of them don't run the ball well. We want to be multidimensional in how we do things. We want to protect. We want to run the ball. We want to be able to play in December and January, and that's the point I was making about fantasy football. And again, I'm all about if we could have got a guy in the first round or second round or wherever that fit, we would have added him in a minute, but not at the point of reaching to a lower value when I got a higher valued player, especially a D lineman sitting up there.
Very good. Thanks for the time, Brandon.
No, I appreciate it. We'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks, Jeremy.
All right. Bills GM Brandon Bean here on the Wester Hotline with us. 803-0550 if you'd like to offer a thought on what just happened.
Hey.
I think the kids would say...
I will admit up front, I did want Josh Rosen in 2018. I'm not going to lie.
I wanted Baker Mayfield and Lamar Jackson. And
Big wolf.
I don't think it's an indictment on anybody to have not been sold on Josh Allen, and Josh Allen has proved a lot of people wrong. I was nervous about Josh Allen. I was still very happy they took a quarterback, and I'm not sorry for that. I don't claim to know which quarterback's going to be the best. I actually don't do that. But as the kids would say, I think he chose violence today. So, hey, have a great day, man. Go for it. 803-0550. We're not playing fantasy football. We're smarter than that, and we're not here to be belittled either. So, cheers. We'll be back in a moment. Hey, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Is it warm in here? Hot in here?
I'm wearing a T-shirt, so
okay,
or jersey.
We have a wide open segment on the other side. We'll get some calls in. We've got some people want to react to what Brandon Beane had to say. He came on our show. If you missed it, I would encourage you to go listen to it. It was not your typical GM interview. At least not from him. I would say not from him.
No,
maybe typical in other places, but I almost want to describe it as out of character, bullish. Hey, everyone's entitled to their opinion and their passion, and the GM came with it. So you can make your own judgments and give us a call on it. We'll have an hour and honestly 5 months to talk about it.
Yes.
Woof. All right. 803-0550. We'll get to your phone calls coming up here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Z-Bart. That's right, Z-Bart. When it comes to defending your vehicle against the conditions, hey, listen, tomorrow it's going to be nuts. It's going to be windy, and we've got some rain coming in, and we all know that in this area, when it comes to the roads, the rain, the corrosion, the rust, Z-Bart can help. When it comes to your vehicle, it takes a beating. Z-Bart's got your back. Z-Shield paint protection film. Think of it as an invisible suit of armor for your ride, protecting against chips, scratches, and whatever the road throws at you, starting at just $199. Don't forget, underneath, genuine Z-Bart undercoating from $349. It's your defense against rust and corrosion. It's the long-term protection your vehicle needs to survive our winters. Truck owners, listen up. Rhino lining sprayed on bed liners. Toughen up your truck bed against scratches, impacts, and dents. Now starting at $499. And for those looking to enhance beauty and protection, Z-Bart's triple layer Z-Gloss ceramic paint coating, the industry leader, and for a limited time you can get $100 off. That's a showroom shine with serious defense. Whether you're battling the elements or just want to keep your ride looking its best, look for the night. Z-Bart, your vehicle's best defense.
Breaking news from Jordan Schultz. He says that former Browns and Jets receiver Elijah Moore is visiting with the Bills today. He had 61 catches for the Bills last year, 25 years old.
For the Browns last year.
For the Browns, thank you, last year. The draft wrapped up over the weekend. You can find out all about the Bills' prospects on our website, WGR550.com. Saturday was headlined by Deion Walker, big defensive tackle from Kentucky. The Stanley Cup playoffs last night featured Carolina over New Jersey, Washington over Montreal. The Caps and Hurricanes taking 3-1 series leads. Oilers evened it up with the Kings with an OT win. Blues evened it up with the Jets with a 5-1 win. Connor Hellebuck got pulled for the second game in a row. And in the NBA playoffs last night, the Lakers blew a 9-point lead late. They dropped to Minnesota, down 3-1 in the series. Knicks win over the Pistons to go up 3-1 in their series. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Listen to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, we're very... How so?
Well, you guys were in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just scored. Hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show, and you got to have something to about. But about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
Buffalo Bills general manager Brandon Beane, unprompted.
All right, there was not a question asked yet.
Nope.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you? All right. 803-0550. You can give us a ring if you want. He then went on to say that they would have drafted a receiver had it been on the board correctly. And Elijah Moore is visiting today.
Impeccable timing.
Perfect.
Minutes.
Couldn't be better. Elijah Moore. Why? Right.
You're number one in points.
Is Elijah Moore coming to play fantasy football? All right. Hey, listen.
That is the level of receiver I was just searching for.
This wasn't why didn't you trade for George Pickens? Listen.
If you had told me on Friday, they're not going to draft a receiver in round 4, but they're going to sign Elijah Moore. Fine.
Yeah, right.
He's actually the perfect type, isn't he? He's not great, but he's speed and separation. That's literally what we've been saying they need. What I've been saying they need is just they're one player away on offense. Everything else is perfect. The offensive line is perfect. The run game is perfect. They were 26th in deep ball accuracy last year, or deep ball completion percentage. Just go get one more player that's a little bit faster. And, okay, they're about to do it.
Right.
What's the problem?
Right, the coach kind of said they needed somebody like that. Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. The lesson learned in all this is you should listen to more of the show. Because Brandon Beane listened for 5 minutes and, claims we forgot about Josh Palmer and Dalton Kincaid's existence. And, hey, it's fine. He came with receipts. He brought receipts, as they say.
Well,
we'll get some calls in on this. John in Alden. Hey, John, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I'm an over-the-road driver, and I just happen to chime in on, listen to the show a lot, never call. But I was just telling my brothers and my neighbor, Brandon's 100%, that was 100% true. I mean, we don't need offense. We needed defense. The reason we didn't go to the Super Bowl is because of our front four on defense, our back four on defense. I mean, to me, I think that was his best draft to date. In my opinion, and you guys, you got the brunt end of it.
We definitely got the brunt end. The brunt of it.
I think, the brunt of it for sure. But I agree with him 1,000%. We don't need another receiver. We were the highest scored offense in the league.
Second.
If we can stop an offense 3 or 4 drives throughout the game, we win. we win. So I thought it was a great draft. But I had a call because Jeremy, your reaction to when he started to speak spoke volumes. But I love listening to you guys anyway. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I don't think either one of us has said we didn't like the draft or think it's a largely misguided draft at all. It's just a totally fair question about, do you value receiver enough to have passed on it as much as they did? Last year, it's a most receiver-heavy class in years, and they took one. And this year, they took a guy in the 7th round, and the league seems to think they need receivers. Again, it's all about measuring you against your peers. Why?
They do to some degree. There's a guy coming today who's had 100 targets in back-to-back seasons.
Right.
There's a player visiting with the Bills. Last year, Khalil Shakir led the Bills with 100 targets.
Yeah.
There's a player visiting the Bills today or whenever he's visiting that had more targets than that each of the last 2 seasons.
Okay.
So even they're admitting there is some need for it, just as we said. It's crazy.
It's kind of nuts. I mean,
the other thing that was unraveled there, which is a point that I've been making a lot, and it was interesting to hear Bean's honest thoughts on the turnover differential and not turning the ball over. Because for me, it's been, why do I want a speed receiver? Because I don't think they're going to be as good at not turning the ball over next year. They could still be number 1 even, or number 2. But to be historically great like they were, going 10 weeks or whatever it was without a running back fumbling the ball, no picks, it's going to be so hard to repeat that. And even if you have a couple more turnovers, where do you make up for that to remain one of the best offenses of football? Because I don't think their run game can be much better because it's already great. Their quarterback already does so much. The only area you can really look at is, downfield passing. That's where you would make up for it. But Bean kind of said there, he talks like they are planning to be that good again at not turning the ball over.
And they might be. I think it's very possible.
They might be.
Listen, the Bills don't have some sort of... They do. They have a lot of things going on. But Josh Allen lifts everybody up. Why are you number 1 in the league in scoring or number 2 in the league in scoring? Because your quarterback is amazing. That's why. And if you want to say that, you can own that. Whatever. I mean, I'm still... It's funny. There's what's happening here is there's a lot of imagining we said things that we didn't say and yelling about that. You get in an argument with somebody about something they didn't say. I have a tweet from a person here that says, really disappointed you guys, wanted them to reach for a receiver. You didn't talk about all the players they got. We've definitely been doing that all morning.
Yeah.
And was ready to talk to Bean about that, and at the end, mix in the receiver conversation. But he's tired of it. And he mentioned the media asking him those questions, I guess, during the draft process. He's tired of talking about it. So, hey, when you're the guy that pulled the tab for Josh Allen, I guess you get to walk around and act like, hey, that's on me. It's on my resume. I've got that. And that's a big club to swing. 803-0550. DJ in Virginia. Hey, DJ.
Oh, hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So I'm so frustrated about that call. Brandon Beane sounded like Kim Pagula when she was talking about Jason Bottrell, and we know more than the fans. Cool. Awesome. You don't got to be condescending, especially when you won nothing. Brandon, this is the 3rd year that we've gone into this season where it doesn't feel like we're the number 1 contender. I feel no differently that we're going to beat the Chiefs this year. Just this call was just so frustrating simply because he's acting like he's done something already. He's done nothing. We're riding on the shoulders of Josh Allen. Besides that, his picks are okay. They're nothing special. And this year, he's done nothing to, we beefed up the defense. Great. It'll still probably lose because of McDermott. And when it comes to the offense, when he's saying, we scored 30 points, awesome. You don't stay still. You continue. If you stop and stand still, you die. And we're just going to stop and, this is good enough. That's not okay. You need to continue to grow, get better, and just the condescending is just is such a turnoff. Brandon Beane, you've won nothing.
Thanks, DJ. I mean, listen, they might win the Super Bowl this year. We all think that is very possible. Josh Allen's amazing. They build an amazing defense. They could win the way the Chiefs won after they traded Tyreek Hill with a bunch of big hit draft picks. I don't know. I'm planning on watching the Bills play the full year and thinking the Super Bowl is within reach. Record that, Josh, so no one can claim everybody thought we were going to be bad on offense. That's not the case. It's not true. And like the point about, fantasy football, this is not they had a good receiver room. We wanted them to draft 3 more. We were all kind of thinking mid-4th, mid-5th. And like you said, Joe, if they had signed Elijah Moore the day before, like, all right, well, there's a receiver that's, in the mix that's going to be kind of cheap. If they sign Elijah Moore and it's like $5 million, that's kind of expensive. You could have picked up that guy in the draft. The contract would be a total of $5 million. So whatever. There are really good, smart football points to be made about the value of this position without even going to the Justin Jeffersons or the Stephon Diggs at their prime. It's just the value of the position in a passing league. So,
yeah, hey, I don't get the fantasy football thing. Like, I do believe that is something that people in the league just think is bleeding into people's minds, and it is poisoning their knowledge of football.
Right.
When, again, I don't even understand what the fantasy tie-in is. The Bills, as being pointed to, they were second in the league in points last year. If you're obsessed with fantasy football, you were very happy with what the Bills were last year. Mm-hmm. More points is more fantasy. If you had Josh Allen in fantasy, you were super happy. Mm-hmm. If you had James Cook in fantasy, you were super happy. If you drafted Khalil Shakir in fantasy, you were super happy. I don't even get the fantasy point. They were good in fantasy. I don't know. And one of them was a receiver.
He traded for Cooper.
Yeah, it's that part specifically. It's just I feel like it always gets misappropriated to, not knowing the game or making it about something that it actually isn't about. I mean, you got to what it really is about the money and about the really good critical points about why you invest in receiver, not because you want to have, Devontae Adams on your fantasy team as a Buffalo Bill.
Right. We'll get more calls in. Thanks for the calls. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Zach in West Seneca. Hey, Zach.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Jeremy, I love that. Listen, both sides got a point. I mean, listen, they've been great, but and to the last caller, they get all the way there except for the Chiefs. He has won things. They're one of the most winningest franchises in all of pro sports. You can't say that. They win division after division after division.
Yep.
They dominate everybody, and Brandon's got to leg to stand on, man. I mean, they get there, and, they did score all those points. The only thing the last caller said that I really liked was you don't stay stagnant. You don't just stay with what got you there. And I am a little nervous. I mean, Sale said it this morning, they took 2 out and replaced 1, and I didn't even like the 2 that they took out. Cooper and I was hoping more from him, and Matt Collins, who I called the station 3-4 weeks in and said I never want to see him on the field again after he dropped a couple Stonehand passes.
Yep, me too. Me too.
He builds this team just like the 2015 Carolina Panthers, a year in, year out, strong defense, give or take, or at least they come to play. He wants to be good on the offensive line, defensive line. They're back to running the ball again. It is what it is, man. I don't understand. The criticism is 100% valid. You got Josh Allen 8 years in or 7 years in, whatever the case may be, and we got one prolific year of passing, and they looked at it, and they got them almost to the Super Bowl, and they looked at it and said, nah, we're good here. I mean, what are we talking about? They're a miss on Khalil Shakir away from having nobody at receiver. I mean, maybe we get something out of Coleman, but I think he could do some back shoulder stuff. Maybe he comes in, he's a solid 2. But I would even be okay at receiver if I said, well, we got this young guy that's stepping up. I mean, Palmer's our answer. We're going to get Elijah Moore from off the heap of the Browns and the Jets. I mean, I get both sides. I love how they've built this team, but to be so ignorant. And listen, I get him. He's got a leg to stand on. But I love the back and forth. The only question I have for you guys is I caught it halfway. Did he open the segment with that?
Yes.
Or did he say that
Yes. Yeah. He opened with that.
Guns a-blazing, man.
Yes,
he was
did.
ready for you.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Zach.
Well, Palmer and Moore even, I like these players. I like that they're both separators. They're both good route runners. I like those moves. I think more of this though is about the need or the want for a guy at the top, right? Because that's not Palmer or Moore. Palmer or Moore are nice role-playing receivers. Palmer might be a little bit more than that, but it's not these ultra-aggressive moves that we're discussing. And maybe you were a little bit more of this offseason. I was less of that. Like, I didn't think they were going to draft a receiver in round 1. I had a tough time finding a guy that I really liked. I got the Jack Besh in round 2, and TCU was the guy that I ended up liking.
Yep.
So, like, them not drafting a receiver in round 4 is, to me, not even that big a deal, especially if they're just going to bring Elijah Moore in.
All right. Listen, like, I don't want to make this conversation about us, but what are we? We're just people that talk to fans and bring up conversations. Part of what, like, don't let it be the lie that we spent the day railing the Bills GM for not taking a receiver. It just did not happen. It's not what happened today. We talked about building their defense and the front seven and all that, and took a bunch of calls and things we like about this, and, you know, a lot of stuff. It was like, you know, I thought they would have gone receiver earlier, and maybe they just don't value the position the same way that other teams in the league do. Their actions would say they don't. And he heard us bring that up with Sal and got mad about it. And he's mad at the rest of the media for asking questions about receivers as well, I guess. So, I mean, we'll have people on Twitter that don't listen to the station and don't listen to us that much say they just railed on no receiver and disregarded the entire draft, which is not true. It didn't happen. Like, you don't have to call and defend Bean. We didn't come after him. That's it. And we also acknowledge frequently that what we're talking about is how to get them, not how to become a good team. They're a good team. They're a great team. There's no outcome where they're not going to win the division and win like 12 games. There's no disputing that they have a great team and their quarterback is awesome. It's really like all of us trying to figure out, like, what's that little piece that's going to get him over the top. And if he thinks it's those pieces, then that's defendable. There's a lot in there. They did a lot of things that could be the best draft class they've ever had. And I don't want 5 years from now someone to claim that I was mad about it, because I'm not. I just think, like, you probably should add a receiver. You should do it. It's good business. It's good business to do it, but he kind of wasn't here to listen. He was here to yell. Michael in Tonawanda. Hey, Michael. Not that he has to listen to me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Michael.
I do want to give you guys a lot of credit for how you handled that first off. I think, I was just as surprised as you guys were. Just the way it came in, and you handled it and defeated it professionally, so you deserve credit for that. And if it means anything, I don't think you were railing the Bills GM about not taking receivers. So I think you did a good job. I also do want to say, I think from his perspective, I do understand why he's probably feeling like, what else do I have to do to prove that I know what I'm doing kind of thing, probably from the general public. But at the same time, I think for us, for myself, for you guys, anybody else that feels a little bit hesitant, there is valid concern to ask ourselves, like, what happens if we find ourselves in a situation where we have to trade for Amari Cooper for a third at the deadline again? And that's fine.
Yep.
But I think just us wanting to be ahead of that so we don't get to that point is really all it comes down to. So I can get why he might be frustrated, but I think we're just thinking ahead. There's only so many points we can attack on this topic, and I'm sure you're going to be doing it for the next hour. But, yeah, I think it's just us trying to think ahead more than thinking everything is okay right now, and that's the difference in perspective.
Yep. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, I mean, to the point about just thinking ahead or whatever, it's he says there's a lot of ways to win, and that's right. That's 100% like one of my takeaways. I don't think, for me, when the Bills decided to go a little more run heavy and 6 offensive linemen, there was a period of time, 12 personnel, right? They decide 12 personnel is the thing they want to do. They want to go towards more of that. And Ken Dorsey ran the offense, and it was bad. And they switched, and then it was good. So, you can have your plan, and then if it doesn't work out well, you make changes to it. And if it does work out, then you continue to build on it. I didn't think 12 personnel was going to work, and it didn't. And then they made some slight changes to it. They got an offensive coordinator who came in. And it's funny, like that's the thing. Like, everybody knows you're going to get stuff wrong about your own football team, your own draft picks. I mean, it's wild. One of the things, maybe Brandon Bean does not listen all the time. One of the things I say about him all the time is how good he is publicly. He might be mad about anything, but he's pretty good at just kind of even keel. So
yeah,
it was quite a choice to come today. And I mean, you could say it was directed at us or any, but he referred to the idea of they need a receiver as one of the dumbest things he could hear.
Yeah.
They have one less receiver than they had last year. Like they said they need a receiver. It's the dumbest argument. And they have one visiting today. All right. Brandon in Buffalo. Bean? Brandon? Who is this? Hey, Brandon.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys doing this morning?
Good. Brandon.
First thing I wanted to say, and I'm going to stand on this, I just want to say thank you guys for standing up for half of the fans, or majority of the fans that feel the way you feel, based on that we need a guy in wide receiver room. And I don't understand this thing where every year they're basing it off of, well, the year before we did this, so this is going to happen again. So what if that doesn't happen again, and you get the playoffs, you play the Chiefs, and you don't have that number one guy that can make that play to get us over that so we can win that game? What are they going to say next year after that? Same old stuff that we need to focus on defense? And I wasn't going to call him going, really? I had to call it. I'm working right now, and I'm almost out of breath. Are you serious, Bean? He literally said that the conversation about wide receiver is insane. That's insane to say that we don't need a top guy. You're basing it off of last year that we were the number 2, number 3 scoring offense in the league. What if that doesn't happen? What if that doesn't happen and we need that one guy? And it's not like we're saying, hey, yo, go out there, Bean, and get 2 wide receivers in the lead, or get the first one, or get the second draft. At least make it a priority in the 3rd draft or the 4th round. I mean, to act like, yo, we're good. We're good. We don't need nothing in that. And look at the James Cook situation. I mean, come on, it's just ridiculous to not say that, yo, we need a little bit of help on our offense. Everybody I talk to from different teams, that every time I sit down with them, the main thing they always tell me, you guys are not going to get over that edge until you get that one guy that can put you over that edge. And I'm not saying you got to go out there and get a DK Metcalf or a top, but bring somebody in that can help Josh Allen out. How long are we going to have Josh Allen where he's going to be the unicorn that he is? You know what I'm saying? Like it made me like really frustrated to hear them say, "That's ridiculous. Come on, Brandon Bean." Like, what if this year our offense or Josh Allen, and I know this would never happen this year coming up, but what if Josh Allen takes a year back and he needs help and our defense is looking good, but our offense is not scoring nothing? Now that whole conversation that he just had looks like, yeah, Brandon Bean, you probably should have went and got some offense help or a wide receiver. I'm sorry, Guy. I just really want to just thank you guys and salute you guys for standing up on it, because half of us fans really feel the way you feel. Thank you, guys, and have a good day.
Thanks, Brandon. It's fine. Like he doesn't have to agree. He can. He's entitled to everything he just did. It's fine. I'm just kind of surprised by it. If it's possible for a GM to give his own fans bulletin board material, he just did it. That's really what this is. If they go just as far and lose again, and the defense is good, but they lose 20-17,
yeah,
your bulletin board material is right there. I mean, whatever. Or they can win the Super Bowl, which is totally possible. They're like 3rd in the odds,
right?
Because they have Josh Allen.
Or if just the receivers, I mean, they win 35-17, and it's because Coleman became a stud.
Sure. 803
or Samuel stayed healthy.
Yeah,
I did bet him to lead the league in receiving last year, by the way.
Curtis Samuel?
Yeah. No one wanted to bring that one up.
Yeah, there are pathways forward. There are definitely pathways forward for this weapons group to blossom even more. We saw it from Shakir, Kincaid, Coleman, Palmer, Samuel. They're all options to do it.
Well, Kincaid and Coleman have to do it, though. Like, they have not done it. They have to do it.
803-0550. We'll get a break in. If you want to give a call, go for it. You can join us. We're chatting about the Bills draft. We got set off course. I didn't get to ask him another question I wanted to ask him, which was going to be, do you believe in paying running backs a second contract? That was on a list of things to get to, but
also what he was closer to picking running back or linebacker.
Yeah, we didn't get to do that either.
We didn't get to that.
All right, spicy little Monday here, courtesy of the Bills GM. If you missed it, he joined us at 8:30, and he came ready for a fight that we weren't having. That's great. Good stuff. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm. Maybe I'll go outside and I'll just touch some grass. I'll connect with the earth. It's a great time of year to do your landscaping, right? Today's going to be another great day for it. And also, Mother's Day around the corner. Are you ready? If you're not, get ready with Russell's. Russell Tree and Shrub Farm, fully stocked with all of Mom's favorites. Hanging baskets, flowers, plants, flowering trees and shrubs. And, of course, experts who will help you figure out which plants and flowers will put a smile on Mom's face. They also have a great selection of garden decor, and you can never go wrong with a Russell's gift card. Russell Tree and Shrub Farm, Transit Road near North French in East Amherst this Mother's Day. Give a gift of flowers or perennial. I think it's a great idea. It'll blossom. It'll bloom every year, and every single year you get Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm's quality products, reminding Mom of Mother's Day this time of year. Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm, Transit Road near North French in East Amherst. Visit russellsny.com.
Well, it could be for sure. You want to do that anywhere, just like corner is as well, which we did that, or defensive line, defensive tackle in particular. As you get to a certain point on the board, you're going, all right, how does this guy help? If there was a guy when we picked at the first round that we're like, yes, this guy's dynamic, he's going to fit here, we would have turned it in. In the second round, we would have done it. We went up and got TJ. Like, we weren't dodging receiver. We were going in, hey, we had the guys stacked where it was. I didn't think it was the deepest class. I'll say that. But yeah, if it would have worked out, I would have gladly done it. But I'm trying to make sure we got the best team, not the best receiving core.
Bills GM Brandon Beane. Was that before we even really asked about the receiving core? Where's the board falling?
That might have been after
drafts?
the follow-up. I don't remember.
Like, it's... Anyway, Jeremy and Joe, we'll just get some calls in. Talk about this. Rob in Connecticut. Yeah. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Jeremy. Hey, Joe. I said to Josh when I called up, I was like, did that really just happen? I was quite surprised because, you know me, I listen to you guys every single day. And I mean, it's never griping. I'll keep it clean. But you guys never gripe. It's just a matter of, you know, wishing or wanting that elite wide receiver. I mean, I'm very happy what we did with the draft this year as far as beefing up the defense because, if anything, I griped all season last year about the defense not doing what they should have been doing. And that's one of the reasons why we lost some of the games that we did. But, I mean, I have your back. I mean, of course I want that wide receiver, that elite wide receiver that we compare to other teams as far as having that Tyreek Hill or the Chase or the Mike Evans. You know, it's like I'm right there with you, but I was quite surprised. I think you handled yourself very well, Jeremy, very professional. And, I think fans do more griping than anything. You guys do your job, and you do it very well. So thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks,
and
Rob.
he's allowed to come on, and he can call us every week and be mad at us. If he wants to come on every week, that's fine.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not even about elite number one. If there were one out there, I would have chased that. I kind of agree about the group of receivers, the board. Wasn't anyone I really pounded the table for. Maybe Kyle Williams in the third, which
Burden a little bit, but nothing. But neither of us was like crazy on Burden.
No, I kind of feel about
it
the
was a weird
same.
fit.
I kind of feel about it the same with Bean did, as he says, like, you know, there are a couple times we would have done it, but it just never lined up that way. That's how the draft goes. I know that's how the draft goes. The bigger question about do you value it enough is we are 8 drafts in?
Yeah.
You've had a lot. And every time it seems like it takes a little bit of a back seat. Let's go even to last year. Keon Coleman, they drafted the receiver with their first pick after trading down. It wasn't important enough in that spot. It was, we can move down and get another pick, move up, and then take a guy. Like, that's fine. That would, to me, be an indicator that you're not worried about which one you get. And that's a defendable position. There are successful teams that, well, they're Josh Allen-led teams that have not household names at the weapon position.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, you know, it's funny, like, I wonder if he'll have the same energy everywhere else he does interviews after the draft. Same energy.
About that position specifically?
Yeah.
Because he'll get asked questions about wide receiver again.
Of course.
No doubt.
If he goes on ESPN, if he goes on, you know, Good Morning Football, is he going to... We didn't even ask the question. Again, like, he just came for it. So...
Well, because the answer is going to be similar, I think, is that, you know, maybe the energy's not exactly the same, or the tone certainly would think is going to be different. But the idea that, no, we're good. We're good. Josh Palmer, Dalton Kincaid, Keon Coleman, we're good.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's it. It still doesn't add up to me totally because of so many snaps from Hollins and Cooper last year. But they could think more about Tyrell Shavers than I do right now, for all I know.
Hey, I've liked Tyrell Shavers for 2 years, so I'm on the Shavers.
You've been on the Shavers.
I've been on Shavers for a while.
They could be more confident that Samuel's going to stay healthy this year than I am.
People forget, Brandon. See, if you've been listening more, Brandon, you know that I'm a bit of a Tyrell Shavers guy.
You have been a Tyrell Shavers truther for a long time.
Right.
I was an Andy Isabella truther. That didn't go as well.
Nobody was an MVS truther, were they?
I don't think I ever met an MVS truther.
Not a Claypool truther either. Didn't think he was going to be very good.
Again, they probably are going to do things like that. I mean, they're having more in for a visit today. I mentioned with Sal in those final minutes that when we were on with him, last year when they brought in those veteran name receivers that we had heard of before, Claypool, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, that was after the draft. That was in May.
Yeah.
So the idea that they weren't going to add more at that position, like I said earlier this morning, Nelson Aguilar was the name that I was thinking about. Here's Elijah Moore ended up maybe being it. Like I would have said and had said this morning, I would expect they're going to add veterans at that position. That if something happens to Samuel or Coleman or whoever, that they have no experience behind those top four. And last year you had Matt Collins, and that they were going to want to add somebody that had experience. And they are already on that train. Minutes later.
Yep. Let's go next to Alex in Rockland County. Hey, Alex.
Good morning, guys. It seems like the gun was pointed at the wrong guys. It was very entertaining radio, hence I had a call. So the scenario is you have the league MVP, and you have all this capital. And I feel like we're going back to the Packers and Aaron Rodgers, where you don't. This is why Matthew Golden would have been very interesting if he was available at pick 30. I would have loved to have seen what they would have done. You don't strengthen his strength. Right? We have facts, right? The league MVP. Facts, we were top 2 in offense. Facts that our defense was terrible. I think our Buffalo Bill team got better. I think all of us would say, with the offseason moves that we did with Bosa, with Hoyt, and the guy's last name I can't pronounce right now, they're suspended, and bringing Trey back, our defense did get better. But the Buffalo Bills I think we could have done even more. There was some juice, quote unquote, left on the table that we didn't squeeze out of that draft. And I think that it's very uncharacteristic for him to come like that. And I think he kind of heard the end of a conversation and assumed that it was the majority of what you guys feel. I've been listening to you guys for a long time. Dalton Kincaid, he's still hung up on Kincaid. And if Kincaid is not who he thinks he is, Bean's in trouble. McDermott appears to have Bean's ear more than Josh Allen. If I'm Josh Allen right now, I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get more support on the wide receiver room. So it kind of goes with the McDermott defense philosophy. Look at what the Chiefs did. The Chiefs, they got Worthy, they got Royal. That's the pick that really hurt me. You know, we had opportunities and we didn't strengthen our strength and give our MVP the best we could have done. That's my position.
Yeah. Thanks, Alex.
Royals who went to Kansas City in round 4. Which again, like that was the range that I was thinking they might add one.
Yeah.
Was like round 4. They had a couple.
Rusty in Ohio. Hey, Rusty, what's up?
Yeah, guys. I've been listening to your show quite a bit, and I'm actually going to take Brandon Bean's position on this. Jeremy, you stated that it was unprompted, but I was listening to the show before Bean come on, and you guys are all hyped up on questioning him on the receivers. And I think what he was saying was that the group of receivers we have, he sees that it's good enough. We've been leading the league in points and everything. And when he mentioned about the fantasy league, you took defense to it right away.
But the reason, Rusty, let's go back and forth here. The reason I take offense to that is because that's an effort to belittle people that think that they need receivers. Like to make a comment about fantasy football is an attempt to belittle the person you're talking to.
Well, I thought he just said, the way I understood it was, in fantasy football, you know, you may want more receivers than quarterback. I don't remember him actually pinpointing it to one person.
Well, sure. You might say that in fantasy football. Later in the interview, I pointed out a lot of NFL teams are drafting these receivers, and it's the second most valuable position by the salary cap, by the franchise tag. These are not fantasy football points. These are actual football roster points.
Yeah, I think, here again, you're missing the point.
I don't think I am.
And if he built this, you don't have too good of listening skills, do you?
Okay, well, let's try again, Rusty. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, what he was saying was the way he has his team built right now, obviously what you think on the receivers, he don't need to do it. He's got the lower-end receivers, lower-end salary, so he's good with it right now. But if one come up on the board that he thought would improve, then he would get it.
Right.
But that was it.
That's right.
You guys been harping on him about the receivers all along.
But you're saying he thinks the receivers are good enough. That is the fantasy point.
Again, you lack listening skills.
No, Rusty, we don't listen. Rusty, hold on. We don't lack listening skills.
Yes, you do, because you keep interrupting me. Why don't you just let me?
We have been letting you talk, and we'll continue to let you talk, and we'll go through this. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying. That's the way he had the team built. And then I actually think another guy said you were professional. I think you were very unprofessional. When you hung up on the phone, and then you started talking about him belittling you, I didn't take that way at all, and I don't think he was belittling you. He was questioning your point. You were questioning him. And now here you are on the phone making all this noise about our general manager, And I just think that you're out of place with it. I think you took it all wrong. You got all defensive over everything. That's my position.
Fair enough. Thanks, Rusty. Again, sure, I guess. The point is,
we were definitely going to talk about it after.
Right.
We were going back to talking about Deion Walker's combine.
And again, like, this job is not to just say, well, tell us about all your picks. Great, you had a great draft, see you later. It's to ask, why didn't you do this? Do you think about this? How come you did this? How come you did that? That's the job. We come on the air and, see what the Bills GM wants to say to the rest of the fans, and, we can disagree about things, and that's totally fine. He can come on with that energy every single time he comes on. The fantasy football point, I don't think
I'm losing my mind on that one.
I mean, a general manager says that. A person in football says that to somebody not in football to try and say, like, I know more than you about it, which he does. He does know more about building a roster than I do. I wouldn't even dispute that. Again, don't let the bigger lie be told here that we were all hyped up about receiver. We had spent the previous 20 minutes talking about the defensive backs and the mix at nickel and how they could build their back seven with Trey White and their draft picks. And so, like, it's almost like, whatever, everyone's having an argument that wasn't being had.
Right. And then quickly on that fantasy, like what Russ even said there, like, he thinks it's not fantasy where it's all quarterbacks and wide receivers. He thinks his wide receivers are good enough. So what, then he does, so you're saying then he cares about fantasy? Because he thinks his receivers are good? Like that's where, like, that point being interjected into all of this just does not make sense to me.
I think Shakir's pretty good. I think Coleman has a real chance to be pretty good. I think Josh Palmer's pretty good. Like, these guys are good players.
Right.
A lot of teams have.
See, the point there would be is if, you only care about fantasy, it's okay if their receivers are bad. That would be the point that coincides with fantasy. You only want them to have good receivers because of fantasy. It's okay to have underwhelming receivers. That would be the point. Not that, no, they believe their receivers are great. If their receivers are great, then that's good for fantasy. Just doesn't, all that doesn't line up.
Yeah.
It's not even worth anything to me in this conversation. It's not worth anything to me about it.
Right. 803-0550. It is kind of, I don't know what we're yelling about kind of moment.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, I don't know what we're yelling about. We weren't taking the draft apart. All right. We got to get a break in. All right. You can give us a ring. Sal's coming up with the Extra Point Show. I would imagine that, he's going to get into this quite a bit. I'm sure the afternoon show will. I'm still kind of just like, wow. All right.
Same.
All right. Extendo Sports and then the Extra Point Show coming up. Jeremy White here for Wayland Brewing. We had ourselves a great time on Friday night at Wayland. We were out there for rounds 2 and 3 of the draft party. People cheered the trades up. People clapped for the defensive tackle and the defensive end. And the Bills, remade their front four. Anyway, when it comes to our draft party, we had a great time. And Wayland has lots of great nights in your future. Today will be a great day to get out there and get on their patio, spend some time out there on Friday with the fire pits. They have a couple of new beers on tap. Just great options at Wayland Brewing, one of my favorite spots to get to. I was very happy we had our second night of the draft party there. So if you're looking for a good time, great hospitality, elevated food menu. While we were there was a wedding going on, met the bride and groom. It's always something happening at Wayland. You get invited to crash weddings sometimes. So Wayland Hall. For your events, your corporate parties, your weddings, your showers, all that stuff, Wayland Brewing, 3740 North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. Great beer, great food, great times, and a great draft party. We'll have more parties to come in the future. Wayland, where every sip and event is a celebration. All right, wrapping things up. What else happened in this draft? The Jags got Travis Hunter. The Browns and Shedeur Sanders' slide was wild.
The Patriots got a running back I like.
Trevion Henderson.
I like that for them.
Yep. There's a great story. Let me read you this story from their selection of Will Campbell, their offensive lineman that went early, 4th, right?
Yep.
So in his private workout with Mike Vrabel, Will Campbell squared up and blocked Vrabel. And Vrabel said to him, Ben Volin has the story, Mike Vrabel showed up to Will Campbell's workout with his own blocking pad. And he told Campbell to not go easy on him. Will's like, are you sure? And Vrabel said, if you don't, I don't like you. Just, that's this league. Vrabel with a pad being like, you better bring your best right now. You show me what you got. 4th overall offensive tackle hitting Mike Vrabel. So they get their tackle. And he also said, Campbell had a quote, the kind of quote where if you're a Patriots fan, you're just going to eat this up.
Yeah.
That when he was asked about, what are you going to do? How's it going to be, protecting Drake May? He said something to the effect of, I'm going to die for him.
Yeah, I saw
Which
that.
is pretty cool.
That was good.
So, Sal, come on in.
The other thing while Sal's walking in here that happened in the draft is the Steelers didn't pick a quarterback. Well, until Will Howard, right? Late.
We're waiting on.
So they're waiting on Rodgers.
Rodgers. I think it'll happen. Rodgers.
Yeah, I would assume so too.
So Sal, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point show's coming up. What are you guys going to talk about? The draft, of course, but
I mean,
Yeah.
He's going to talk about Liverpool winning the Premier League for a year
so,
or for an hour.
I've had a show planned, and I know this whole thing started this morning, and we're going to have people that are going to want to talk about all of it, no doubt. But to me, it's about the guys they are bringing in, the guys they did bring in, how they fit, and anything that they need to still do is obviously still out there, and what they can do. But that's why I've reached out to a Kentucky reporter, the same one we had last week when they drafted
Max
Harrison. He's coming back on to talk about Deion Walker. And I also have a guy from South Carolina coming on to talk about TJ Sanders. I spoke with Pete Lembo about him. He coached him at South Carolina, TJ Sanders. So we're going to do that. And at 10:30, I'm going to have Sal Mayorana on to kind of recap the draft and talk a little baseball as well in the summer. But, we'll focus on the draft mostly. But, we just thought a little bit, it's time. We're getting into that time period. But we got all bases covered. I mean, listen, I think that there is definitely a argument to understand why anybody would think the Bills would want to and need to still add to their wide receiver group. But you guys also know, as I've been telling you for a while, they're comfortable with who they have. And their results have spoke for themselves. And that's how they view it right now. And that's what Brandon Beane made very clear to you.
All right.
So,
and they might add Elijah Moore, which is
that's interesting. What's so funny
what I've been hoping for.
That I saw that Elijah
that's
Moore
all I've been hoping for.
And like I said earlier,
he's the guy they need too, speed and separation.
I think that's the kind of guy I think that you could bring in later, but maybe it's earlier than I anticipated. You made a great point earlier, and I looked too. It's so funny you said Claypool was on May 3rd.
Yeah.
And then MVS May 14th, because I actually looked back at the same thing at the same time you were looking at and said, you know what? Yeah, you'll see. A lot of times you wait for the dust to settle in the draft. You say, where do we still need to add? And, that's something. I would still caution anybody against, if you go and bring in a guy, though, whether it's Elijah Moore or anybody, that suddenly he's just walking in and being a top 4 receiver on this team.
Right.
Yeah, I would agree with that. If he were to even sign, I think I would admit he'd be 5th. Although maybe it's a little bit higher rating than Claypool and MVS because he just had, it wasn't a great season, but he got the ball. He had more targets last year than Shakir did. He wouldn't have led the Bills if he was on the Bills, but he had 103 targets 1 year ago and 100 before that. So, right, but to your point, if he were to come here, I wouldn't expect him to come near that number. So.
All right, Northtown Automotive Extra Point show coming up. We are on at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Cheers.
You're listening to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show with Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by Northtown Automotive. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it at Northtown. Shop online at northtownauto.com.